In every age, humanity has told stories of beginnings. Yet what if the true beginning, the one written in stone and fire long before the dawn of recorded history, has been erased? Imagine for a moment that the textbooks are wrong, that the tidy narrative of human progress, from primitive hunter-gatherers to modern societies, is not the whole story. Imagine a past so ancient and so advanced that it rivals, perhaps even surpasses, what we are capable of today. This is the mystery of the First Age, the time before the flood, a civilization, or perhaps a series of civilizations lost to the relentless currents of water, fire, and secrecy. The deeper we dig, both literally and figuratively, the more cracks appear in the story we've been taught. We find maps that should not exist, stones cut with impossible precision, and myths from cultures separated by oceans yet united by the same tale. A world destroyed by a cataclysm, a flood that swept away empires, knowledge, and memories. Archaeologists dismiss them as coincidences, historians label them allegories, but the evidence keeps surfacing like a forgotten corpse rising from the depths. Someone, somewhere, is trying to tell us something, and perhaps someone else is trying to keep it buried. Every child learns about the so-called cradle of civilization, about Mesopotamia, about Sumer, about Egypt rising from the desert sands. But the further we look back, the stranger it gets. Before the pyramids, before the ziggurats, before the first written tablets, there are hints, ruins like Göbekli Tepe that should not be possible, sites that demand we rethink everything. Was humanity truly primitive before 5,000 years ago? Or was that simply the rebirth of civilization after an earlier golden age had collapsed? Consider this. Every culture on Earth, from the frozen north to the islands of the Pacific, speaks of a flood. The Sumerians wrote of it. The Bible tells of Noah's Ark. The Hindus describe Manu, saved from rising waters by a great fish. The Maya and Aztec recorded their own drowning ages. How is it that civilizations, separated by oceans and millennia, all preserve the same memory of the world before and the world after? Are these myths, or are they fractured history, echoes of a truth older than time? And then there are the Watchers, the Nephilim, the gods who came down to earth in fiery chariots, beings who gave forbidden knowledge to mankind. Did these stories arise from imagination, or from contact with survivors of the First Age? If so, the knowledge they passed down could explain the mysteries of megaliths, of mathematics appearing full-formed, of astronomical understanding thousands of years before telescopes. If so, then our past is not what we think. It is something far more complicated and far more dangerous. But here is the most unsettling question of all. Why does modern science, archaeology, and academia resist this line of inquiry with such ferocity? Why are discoveries quietly shelved? Why are anomalous artifacts locked away? Why are those who question the timeline ridiculed or silenced? Perhaps it is simply arrogance, a refusal to admit we do not know. Or perhaps, just perhaps, there is something more deliberate at work. Knowledge, after all, is power, and if the truth of the First Age became known, it could shatter the foundations of religion, rewrite the story of humanity, and force us to confront the possibility that civilization is not a one-way climb, but a cycle of rise, fall, and erasure. Picture the world as it was over 12,000 years ago. Ice sheets covered much of the planet. Seas were lower. Vast lands now underwater were dry and habitable. Imagine cities along coasts that today lie hundreds of feet beneath the waves, swallowed when the ice melted and oceans surged. Imagine great centers of knowledge, stone temples aligned to stars, energy harnessed in ways we barely comprehend, swept away in a matter of years. This is not fantasy. This is geology. We know sea levels rose rapidly at the end of the last ice age. The question is, what was lost beneath those waters? Legends tell us it was everything. The first science, the first mathematics, the first writing, the first gods. Survivors carried fragments of that memory into the new world. They became the culture bringers, the teachers, the sages, the gods who taught humanity to rebuild. Could this explain why agriculture appears almost suddenly in the archaeological record? Why humans leapt from stone tools to complex cities in such a short time? What if the knowledge was not invented? It was remembered. This is the forbidden story, the one whispered in myth, hinted at in stone, and buried under centuries of denial. It is the story of a first age, an age before the flood, when humanity, or perhaps humanity alongside something else, achieved greatness beyond what we are allowed to imagine. The remnants are scattered: a submerged temple in India, a colossal platform in Lebanon, a forgotten cave in Turkey. Each fragment is a puzzle piece, but the full picture is too dangerous for those who benefit from the official version of history. So the fragments are dismissed, ridiculed, or hidden. And yet, the picture continues to assemble itself. Every year, discoveries push the date of civilization further back. Every year, another anomaly slips through the cracks of orthodoxy. The walls of the accepted timeline tremble, and behind them lies a truth both exhilarating and terrifying. Humanity is older, far older, than we are told. We are survivors of a forgotten world, a people haunted by our own amnesia. As this story unfolds, you will see the evidence, the myths, the forbidden archaeology, and the theories that challenge everything we think we know. You will walk through the ruins, follow the maps, listen to the legends, and weigh the possibility that the First Age was not a fantasy, but a reality erased by cataclysm. And when you hear what was hidden, when you understand why it was buried, you may never look at our history, or our future, the same way again. Before the first city was raised in Mesopotamia, before the first pharaoh carved his name into stone, the world looked very different. Our history books begin only a few thousand years ago, as if human memory before that is irrelevant or non-existent. But to the Earth itself, 5,000 years is the blink of an eye. What about the vast stretches of time before? Was the planet truly empty of civilization, or is there another chapter, an entire volume, ripped out of the human story? Let us travel back in time, beyond the limits of accepted history, to a world at the end of the Ice Age. Imagine enormous ice sheets stretching across North America and Eurasia, mountains of frozen water pressing down on the land. But further south, conditions were fertile. The Nile Valley, Mesopotamia, the Indus Plains, and even now submerged lands along ancient coastlines would have been rich with life. Sea levels were lower by more than 400 feet, exposing land that today sleeps beneath the waves. These lost continents, these drowned coastlines, could have been home to thriving cultures. The mainstream view insists that humans of this era were primitive, scattered bands of hunter-gatherers. Yet every year, evidence emerges to suggest otherwise. From Turkey to Japan, from India to the Americas, ruins that predate official civilization show signs of planning, astronomy, and engineering. These are not the works of scattered tribes. They suggest organized societies, knowledge of agriculture, stoneworking, and mathematics. They suggest the memory of something greater, a civilization already mature, already ancient, perhaps already near its end. We see glimpses of this forgotten world in myth. The Egyptians spoke of a time before their dynasties, when gods walked the earth. The Sumerians listed kings who ruled for thousands of years before the Great Flood. Hindu texts describe golden ages, the Satya Yuga, when humanity lived in harmony, only to be shattered by cycles of destruction. Are these mere stories, or preserved fragments of memory, encoded into myth? So they could survive even when the world was destroyed? Imagine standing on a coastal city of this lost age, perhaps in what is now the Gulf of Cambay off India, where sonar has revealed structures beneath the waves. The sea crashes against stone harbors. Ships sail outward on trade routes, carrying goods and ideas across oceans. Priests track the stars from tall platforms, using knowledge that seems impossible for their time. Farmers cultivate vast fields, supported by irrigation systems that would later reappear in Mesopotamia and Egypt. Now imagine the waters rising. Slowly at first, then faster, as the glacier melt, the seas claim the land. Cities vanish. Knowledge disappears. Survivors scatter. What would those survivors do? They would carry with them stories of a drowned homeland, of gods who punish the world, of floods that erase their greatness. They would rebuild, teaching new peoples the fragments of their old wisdom. This could explain why agriculture appears suddenly in multiple places around the same time, why pyramids and megaliths rise around the globe, why skywatching is central to so many early cultures. They were not inventing from scratch. They were remembering. Modern science tells us that around 12,000 years ago, the Younger Dryas period ended with violent upheaval. Massive floods, sudden climate shifts, and possibly comet impacts shook the planet. This is precisely when the myths say the Great Flood occurred. Coincidence, or confirmation? If the Earth was rocked by such devastation, entire coastlines and civilizations would have been wiped from the map. Is it really so unthinkable that advanced societies existed before, only to be drowned and erased? Mainstream archaeology resists this idea fiercely. The official narrative is tidy, linear. Humans evolved, learned to farm, then built cities. End of story. But nature rarely follows straight lines. Evolution is filled with leaps, collapses, and restarts. So why should human civilization be any different? The resistance, perhaps, comes from fear. Fear of rewriting everything we think we know. Fear that admitting to a first age means admitting that humanity is far older and far more fragile than we dare believe. The soil itself whispers of lost chapters. At sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, massive stone pillars carved with animals and symbols stand as undeniable proof of advanced organization over 11,000 years ago, thousands of years before Mesopotamia. In Siberia, megaliths lie scattered that would dwarf those at Stonehenge. In South America, signs of ancient settlements hint at cultures older than the Inca, older even than the first farmers. These anomalies are dismissed, explained away, or left unstudied. But when viewed together, they paint a picture of something incredible, a world before history, a civilization erased. Why does this matter? Because it forces us to re-examine who we are. If there was an advanced world before ours, what knowledge did it hold? What technologies did it wield? Could it explain the mysteries of lost energy sources, the strange precision of ancient stone cutting, the sudden appearance of writing and mathematics? And if such greatness was wiped out once, could it happen again? Think of the implications. We are not the first. We may not even be the greatest. Our skyscrapers, satellites, and microchips might look advanced, but compared to what came before, are they a rediscovery? Could our ancestors have tapped into powers we only now begin to glimpse? Sound, magnetism, energies of the earth itself? If so, what else lies hidden, buried beneath seas and sands, waiting to be uncovered? This is why the story of the world before history matters. It is not simply curiosity, it is survival. If the first age fell to cataclysm, then its lessons are warnings for us. If knowledge was lost, it may be knowledge we desperately need to preserve today. And if myths of cycles and destructions are true, then perhaps our time is not as secure as we believe. The stage is set. The earth, fertile and wild, home to mysteries too great to ignore, calls us to look deeper. Every ruin, every myth, every anomaly is a clue. To follow them is to challenge the foundations of our story, to risk ridicule, to walk a forbidden path. But to ignore them is to remain blind, repeating mistakes that once drowned the world. This journey into the first age, into the world before history, begins with one truth. What we are told is not the whole story. The real story lies in the shadows of drowned coastlines, in the whispers of myth, and in the silence of ancient stones. It lies in the fragments of a world erased, a civilization older and greater than our own, a world that perished in the flood, and whose secrets may yet change everything we think we know. Across every corner of the world, from the deserts of Mesopotamia to the jungles of Central America, from the icy north to the islands of the Pacific, humanity has carried one story with it, the story of a great flood. It appears again and again, in cultures that never met, separated by oceans and continents. And yet the details are hauntingly similar. A mighty civilization destroyed. A punishment from the gods. A handful of survivors saved by a vessel, a mountain, or divine intervention. If this were fiction, it would be remarkable that so many storytellers imagined the same tale. But if it is memory, echoes of a real event, then we are staring at one of the greatest collective remembrances in human history. Let us begin with the Sumerians, the so-called inventors of writing. Among their oldest texts is the Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale etched into clay tablets over 4,000 years ago. Within its lines, Gilgamesh meets Utnapishtim, a man who tells of a flood sent by the gods to wipe out humanity. He was warned in a dream, instructed to build a massive boat, and to bring aboard his family, animals, and seeds. When the waters receded, his vessel came to rest on mountain. Sound familiar? Thousands of years later, the biblical story of Noah mirrors it almost exactly. The names differ, the gods are rearranged, but the pattern remains. Two civilizations, one Mesopotamian, one Hebrew, sharing the same story of destruction and survival. But it doesn't end there. Travel to India, and you find the tale of Manu. In the Satapatha Brahmana and the Mahabharata, Manu is warned by a great fish that a flood is coming. He builds a boat, ties it to the horn of the fish, and rides the storm until he is deposited safely on a mountain. Again, humanity saved by one man and a vessel, guided through chaos by higher forces. In Mesoamerica, the Aztec Codex Chimalpopoca describes a similar cataclysm. The gods unleash water upon the world, drowning the earth. Only one man and one woman survive, sheltered inside a hollowed tree. The Maya tell of multiple ages destroyed by water, fire, and storms, with ours being the latest attempt by the gods. From the Norse sagas we hear of Wymir, a primordial being slain by the gods, whose blood floods the world and drowns all but a few survivors. In Polynesia, the story shifts slightly, but the essence is the same: angry deities, rising waters, and human survival through divine guidance. Even in the far north, among the Inuit, there are stories of great floods that reshape the land. The same tale, told in 1,000 tongues. The skeptic will argue, floods are a universal human experience. Rivers overflow, tsunamis strike, storms surge. Of course, many cultures would have flood myths. But these are not tales of local disasters. They are global in scope. They speak of the flood, the one that destroyed the world as it was known, the one that ended an age. They speak of a cataclysm so great that it burned itself into humanity's collective memory, passed from generation to generation until it reached us as myth. What makes this even more compelling are the details. The survivors are often culture bringers. After the flood, they teach humanity how to rebuild. They bring knowledge of farming, writing, astronomy, and law. Could this be a metaphor for survivors of a lost civilization, people who once held advanced knowledge, passing fragments of it to the scattered tribes they encountered after the cataclysm? Consider the timing. Modern geology shows that around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the Ice Age, massive floods did occur. Glacial meltwater surged into the oceans, raising sea levels by hundreds of feet. Entire coastlines disappeared. The Black Sea may have flooded catastrophically. In North America, the Missoula floods unleashed waves hundreds of feet high. These were not small, local events. They were global in impact. It is entirely possible that human societies, already advanced for their time, were destroyed in these upheavals. If so, the flood myths are not stories. They are history. And yet, these myths contain more than simple survival. They carry moral warnings. The flood is often portrayed as punishment, for pride, for corruption, for violence. The Sumerian gods were angered by humanity's noise. The biblical God by humanity's wickedness. The Aztec gods by human arrogance. It is as if the survivors, trying to explain the cataclysm to future generations, framed it as divine retribution. Perhaps they could not understand the astronomical or geological forces at play, or perhaps they did, but knew that the only way to preserve the memory was to cloak it in religion, in story, in fear. There is another layer, too, the strange consistencies across myths. Mountains are common refuges. Animals are often saved alongside humans. Boats or arks are central to survival. Could these be symbolic, metaphors for knowledge being preserved? Or were they literal? Did the survivors truly escape by vessels, by caves, by mountain strongholds while the sea swallowed the rest? Even the number of survivors repeats. In many myths, it is not entire populations but a handful who escape. This resonates with modern genetic studies, which suggest humanity passed through a bottleneck in prehistory, reduced to small groups before expanding again. Science and myth, converging once more. If the myths are true, then the first age was not destroyed gradually. It was drowned suddenly, catastrophically. Civilizations fell not over centuries but in days or weeks. The survivors carried their stories, their warnings, and fragments of their knowledge into a new, harsher world. Those stories became the myths we dismiss today. But perhaps they were never meant as fantasy. They were meant as memory. The implications are staggering. What else did those survivors carry? If they preserved the story of the flood for 12,000 years, what other truths might be hidden in their tales of gods, giants, and golden ages? What if the myths of the flood are simply the opening chapter in a much larger saga, a saga of humanity's forgotten history, erased by water, remembered in whispers? As we step deeper into this mystery, we must keep one question in mind. If so many cultures remembered the same event, why are we so quick to dismiss it? Why do we call it myth instead of history? Perhaps because acknowledging it would mean admitting that civilization is older, grander, and more fragile than we dare believe. Perhaps because, deep down, we sense the warning carried in these stories, that what happened once could happen again. The flood myths unite us across cultures, across time, across oceans. They are the threads that connect the shattered fragments of a forgotten world. And if we follow those threads, they may lead us back, not to myth, but to the truth of the first age, the civilization that lived and died before the waters rose. Long before the flood swept across the earth, legends speak of beings who walked among men, teachers, rulers, and sometimes destroyers. They are called by many names: the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, the Anunnaki in Sumerian texts, the Nephilim in the Hebrew scriptures, the Shining Ones in countless myths. Wherever they appear, they are described as outsiders, greater than men, gifted with knowledge, and yet somehow forbidden. Their presence, if real, may be the missing link between humanity's sudden leap into civilization and the cataclysm that erased the first age. The book of Genesis, often read only for its religious message, contains one of the most cryptic passages in the Bible. It says, "There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them." This is the origin of the Nephilim, offspring of heavenly beings and human women, a hybrid race of giants and heroes. But what does this mean? Are we to take it literally, as beings descending from the sky and mixing with humanity? Or is it allegory for something else, something more technological, more forbidden? The Book of Enoch, a text banned from the biblical canon, offers more detail. It describes 200 watchers, angels who descended from heaven to live among humans. They swore an oath on Mount Hermon to take wives and bear children. But their rebellion was not only about desire. They brought knowledge. According to the text, they taught humanity metallurgy, the making of weapons, the use of cosmetics, the art of enchantments, the observation of the stars. In other words, they handed mankind advanced knowledge long before its time. To their leaders, this was a gift. To heaven, it was a sin. The result, according to Enoch, was chaos. The offspring of these unions were giants, ravenous and powerful, who consumed the earth's resources and turned violent against humanity. Bloodshed and corruption filled the land. This, the text says, was the true reason for the flood. Not simply human wickedness, but the contamination of creation itself. The flood was not only to cleanse the world, but to wipe away the hybrids, the Nephilim, and reset the order of things. But look beyond Scripture, and the story repeats. The Sumerians tell of the Anunnaki, beings from the heavens who came down to instruct humanity, to give kingship, to teach the arts of civilization. In Greek myth, we find the Titans, mighty beings born of gods and mortals, overthrown by the Olympians and destroyed in a flood of fire and water. In Mesoamerican legends, feathered serpent gods descend to guide mankind, offering knowledge of the calendar and agriculture. Different names, different faces, but the pattern is always there. Outsiders come, they teach, humanity rises, and then catastrophe strikes. Could these watchers have been real? Some suggest they were extraterrestrials, advanced beings mistaken for gods by primitive humans. Others believe they were simply remnants of an older, advanced human race, mistaken as divine because of their knowledge. Still others see them as purely spiritual beings. But whatever the interpretation, the symbolism is clear. There was knowledge, powerful knowledge, that came from outside the normal flow of human development. Knowledge that was forbidden, disruptive, dangerous. Why forbidden? Because it disrupted the natural balance. Weapons advanced beyond control. Technology placed in the hands of those not ready. Knowledge of stars and cycles that perhaps revealed truths humanity was not meant to know. The myths warn that this forbidden wisdom led not to enlightenment, but to arrogance, corruption, and destruction. The watchers, in the end, were punished. In the Book of Enoch, they are bound in chains beneath the earth, awaiting judgment. In Greek myth, the Titans are imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the world. In every case, the rebels are locked away, hidden, or destroyed, just as their children, the Nephilim, were drowned in the flood. And yet, whispers of their presence remain. Across the world, we find accounts of giants, enormous skeletons unearthed in North America, strange elongated skulls in Peru, carvings of towering figures beside normal humans. Are these fabrications? Or faint remnants of the Nephilim, the children of the Watchers? If they existed, even in small numbers, they would be the living proof of a time when human history was entangled with something other, something forbidden. The question then arises, did the Watchers vanish completely? Or did fragments of their knowledge survive the flood? Some say their teachings lived on in mystery schools, in priesthoods that guarded hidden wisdom, in the symbols of serpents and eyes and stars carved into stone. Others argue that the Watchers never left, that they walk among us still, influencing events in shadows, guiding humanity toward another reckoning. Whether literal or symbolic, the story of the Watchers and Nephilim is a story of temptation and downfall. It is the tale of humanity reaching too far, too fast, with knowledge it did not earn. But it is also a story of memory, because if these beings are only myths, why do they appear everywhere, in every culture? Why do people who never met tell the same tale of gods or angels or shining ones descending from the heavens to mix with mortals? The flood, then, is not only a story of water. It is the closing act of a drama that began with the Watchers. The First Age rose, not just with human effort, but with forbidden guidance. It became too great, too corrupt, too dangerous, and so it was destroyed. But the story survived, in the Bible, in Enoch, in Sumerian tablets, in Greek myths, in the whispers of countless tribes. The Watchers may be gone, but their shadow remains in every legend of gods who once walked the earth. This is the legacy of the Nephilim, a reminder that humanity has always danced on the edge of forbidden knowledge. And perhaps a warning that every rise is followed by a fall, every gift by a price, and that the First Age ended not because it failed, but because it succeeded too well in mastering what it should not have touched. When people hear the word Atlantis, most think of fantasy, gleaming domes under the sea, crystal technology, or comic book adventures. But long before Hollywood and science fiction claimed the legend, Atlantis was described with precise detail by one of history's greatest philosophers, Plato. Unlike vague myths passed down through folklore, Plato gave exact measurements, locations, and a chilling warning. He insisted Atlantis was real, a mighty civilization destroyed in a single day and night of catastrophe. For centuries, scholars have debated whether his account was allegory or memory. But what if it was neither? What if Atlantis was history? Plato's story comes to us through two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. Written around 360 BCE, these works are often read as philosophy. Yet within them, Plato recounts a tale told to his ancestor Solon by Egyptian priests. The priests claimed that long before Greece, long before even Egypt's earliest dynasties, there was a powerful island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. This nation, Atlantis, controlled lands across the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and beyond. Its kings ruled over 10 great districts, its capital was a marvel of concentric canals and walls, and its navy commanded the seas. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They turned from wisdom to greed, from harmony to conquest. And so, Plato writes, the gods struck them down. In one terrible night and day, earthquakes and floods swallowed the island, plunging it beneath the ocean. Atlantis was gone, erased, leaving only memory. The Greeks remembered only faint echoes, myths of gods and heroes. But the Egyptians, keepers of older knowledge, preserved the story, passing it to Solon, and from him to Plato. The immediate question is obvious. Was Plato inventing a parable about hubris, or was he faithfully recording ancient history? Mainstream historians insist it was allegory. Yet Plato was clear. He stated outright that the story was true, that it came from Egyptian records, and that it described events 9,000 years before Solon, that is, nearly 11,500 years before our time. Strikingly, that date aligns with the end of the Ice Age, when seas rose and global climate shifted violently. Skeptics argue no civilization could have existed then. But evidence suggests otherwise. Göbekli Tepe, Turkey's megalithic site, dates to about the same era. Submerged ruins in the Gulf of Cambay in India may be even older. Ancient maps like the Piri race chart depict coastlines as they would have looked before the ice melted. If Plato was lying, why do so many anomalies line up with his timeline? The geography is equally intriguing. Beyond the Pillars of Hercules lies the Atlantic Ocean. Geologists know that massive landmasses, like the Azores Plateau, once stood higher above sea level. Some researchers point to the Azores themselves, suggesting they may be remnants of a drowned continent. Others argue for locations in the Caribbean, near the Bahamas, where underwater structures like the Bimini Road spark controversy. Still others turn to Antarctica, proposing that shifting crust or ice conceal Atlantis beneath the frozen south. Each theory has flaws, but all share one truth. There are places on Earth where land once existed, now drowned, exactly as Plato described. Even more compelling is the pattern. Plato's Atlantis is not unique. Flood myths worldwide tell of lost lands, drowned cities, sunken kingdoms. The Celts spoke of Ys, a city swallowed by the sea. The Hindus tell of Dwarka, the golden city of Krishna, now submerged off India's coast. The Japanese speak of Yonaguni, where megalithic steps lie beneath the Pacific waves. Could all of these be fragments of the same memory? Different cultures remembering the same cataclysm that destroyed Atlantis and other first-age civilizations? What makes Plato's account so powerful is not only the destruction but the warning. He framed Atlantis as a civilization undone by its own arrogance. Its downfall was not simply natural disaster, it was punishment. The gods, he wrote, sought to humble a people who had forgotten balance. And here, the story feels eerily modern. A great power rising, mastering technology, dominating the world, only to fall overnight into ruin. Was Plato describing a myth of the past, or a cycle that repeats? Of course, skeptics dismiss Atlantis as fantasy. They claim Plato invented it to critique Athens, to show how empires fall when they grow corrupt. But even if that were true, why choose Egypt as the source? Why anchor it in such detail, with dates, geography, and measurements? Why insist on its truth? Ancient philosophers often cloaked knowledge in allegory to protect it. Could Plato have been preserving a memory too dangerous or controversial to state outright, disguising truth as philosophy? And then there is the possibility that Plato's story is just the fragment we happen to receive. What if the Egyptians had fuller records, describing other lost civilizations, other drowned kingdoms? What if Atlantis was only one of many? If so, Plato's account may be the faint echo of a far larger truth, a truth of the first age, the world before the flood, when humanity reached heights we cannot yet imagine. Today, scientists continue to search. Sonar scans the ocean floor, divers explore sunken ruins, archaeologists puzzle over anomalies that don't fit the timeline. The mainstream scoffs, but curiosity grows. If Atlantis is found, or if proof emerges of any similar lost civilization, the consequences would be staggering. History would have to be rewritten. Religion, science, and philosophy would all be forced to confront the fact that we are not the first, not the greatest, and perhaps not even the most advanced humans to walk the earth. This is the power of Atlantis. Not as a fantasy, but as a possibility. A memory preserved by Plato, warning of arrogance, hinting at forgotten greatness, and whispering of a flood that ended an age. Whether Atlantis lies beneath the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, or the ice of Antarctica, the legend endures because it touches something deep within us, the fear that we, too, may one day fall as they did, and the hope that by uncovering their secrets, we may yet avoid their fate. Throughout history, maps have been our guides, tools of navigation, trade, and conquest. But there exist a handful of ancient maps that defy explanation. They show coastlines buried under ice, lands that should not have been charted, and details supposedly unknown to the cartographers of their age. These impossible maps suggest something unsettling. Either ancient mariners had far greater knowledge than we have been told, or they inherited fragments of a far older tradition, perhaps one dating back to the First Age, before the flood erased the world. The most famous of these anomalies is the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and cartographer. Piri Reis claimed he based his chart not only on contemporary sources but on much older maps, some dating back to antiquity. What makes his work extraordinary is what it appears to show: the coast of South America, accurately drawn decades before Europeans officially explored it, and, most controversially, the northern coastline of Antarctica, free of ice. How could Piri Reis have drawn Antarctica when it was not discovered until 1820? Even more puzzling, modern studies of ice cores and geology reveal that the last time Antarctica's coast was free of ice was more than 6,000 years ago, possibly as far back as 12,000 years. If the map is accurate, then whoever created the original charts must have lived at a time when Antarctica's shoreline was visible. This places the knowledge firmly within the time frame of Plato's Atlantis and the cataclysmic floods. Skeptics argue that the Piri Reis map has been misinterpreted, that distortions and errors make the Antarctica coastline simply a stretched rendering of South America. But the fit is too uncanny, the details too precise, to dismiss outright. And Piri Reis himself insisted he used far older charts, whose origins even he could not explain. The Piri Reis map is not alone. The Orens Fine map of 1531 also shows Antarctica ice-free, with mountain ranges that modern seismic surveys have confirmed exist beneath the ice sheet. The Bois map of 1737, based on even older records, depicts Antarctica not only without ice but divided into two separate landmasses, something scientists did not confirm until the mid-20th century, when radar penetrated the ice to reveal the subglacial geography. How could 16th and 18th century cartographers have access to such information? Then there is the enigmatic Zeno map of 1380, which depicts Greenland not as a single island but as several smaller landmasses. Once dismissed as error, this matches modern discoveries showing that beneath the ice, Greenland is fractured into multiple islands. Again, knowledge supposedly impossible in the Middle Ages appears preserved on parchment. Other maps, like the King James World Chart and the Dulcet Porto Land map, show South America's east coast and portions of Africa with uncanny accuracy, centuries before European sailors officially charted them. In some cases, these maps reveal details of river systems and mountain ranges inland, features that should not have been known without aerial or satellite observation. The mainstream explanation is that these maps are simply the result of luck, distortions, or imaginative guesswork. But when so many anomalies align, when Antarctica appears repeatedly, drawn correctly, and ice-free, centuries apart, it strains the limits of coincidence. Far more likely is that all these maps trace back to a single source, a collection of charts from an advanced but forgotten civilization. Consider this. If a global seafaring culture existed before the flood, its knowledge of coastlines, rivers, and mountains would have been vast. When the cataclysm struck, survivors may have preserved fragments of that knowledge, handing down maps or oral traditions. Over thousands of years, these fragments could have been recopied, distorted, and reassembled, eventually making their way into the hands of medieval and Renaissance mapmakers like Piri Reis. What we see in these impossible maps may be the faint fingerprints of the First Age itself. If true, this raises profound questions. Who were these ancient cartographers? Did they sail the world in ships now lost to history? Did they have instruments more precise than we imagine? Astrolabes, compasses, or perhaps even technologies now forgotten? And if they mapped Antarctica ice-free, were they alive before the ice sheets covered it, meaning they existed at least 6,000 years ago, possibly 12,000? That timeline coincides almost exactly with the end of the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden climate upheaval and rising seas. In other words, the very flood Plato described. Equally troubling is the possibility that these maps hint at global contact long before Columbus or Magellan. If ancient sailors knew Antarctica, Greenland, South America, and Africa, then the oceans were not barriers but highways. Civilizations we assume were isolated may have been connected in a vast network of trade and knowledge, their memory erased only when the seas rose and their cities were lost. Imagine for a moment the implications. Thousands of years before Egypt built its pyramids, before Mesopotamia raised its ziggurats, an earlier civilization mapped the world. It knew the stars, the currents, the coasts. It may even have circumnavigated the globe. Then came the flood. Its ships vanished, its ports drowned, its knowledge scattered. Only fragments survived, scraps of parchment, oral tales, and, eventually, maps like those of Piri Reis and Orance Fine. These scraps, when stitched together, reveal the ghost of a civilization far older than history admits. And yet, despite the weight of evidence, academia clings to the official timeline. The idea that an advanced seafaring culture existed 10,000 years ago threatens everything we think we know about human progress. It would mean rewriting textbooks, rethinking archaeology, and admitting that myths of Atlantis and pre-flood kingdoms may have a factual core. So, instead, the anomalies are dismissed, explained away as distortions. But the maps remain. They cannot be erased. Perhaps the most chilling thought is this: if the First Age had the ability to map Antarctica, what else did they know? Did they understand global weather patterns, ocean currents, and astronomy? Did they foresee the flood that destroyed them? Were the maps not only records of coastlines but warnings, guides left behind for survivors to navigate a world reshaped by cataclysm? The impossible maps whisper of a time when humanity, or something like humanity, walked the earth with knowledge we cannot reconcile with our timelines. They whisper of voyages across oceans, of contact between continents, of a world united not by technology we recognize but by something older, deeper, and now forbidden. If these whispers are true, then the world we live in is only the shadow of one far greater, drowned beneath the waves, but not entirely forgotten. If ancient maps whisper of forgotten knowledge, then megaliths scream of it in stone. Scattered across the world are structures so massive, so precise, so impossibly old that they defy every explanation offered by mainstream archaeology. These monuments, carved from mountains, lifted into place with techniques we cannot replicate, stand as silent witnesses to a time before history, perhaps to the First Age itself. When we think of ancient architecture, Egypt's pyramids often come first to mind. But the pyramids, as astonishing as they are, may not even be the oldest. Far older is Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, dated to around 11,600 years ago. Here, on a barren hill, stand circles of massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing over 20 tons. They are intricately carved with animals, lions, vultures, serpents, images bursting with symbolic meaning. The site predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, predates agriculture itself, according to mainstream timelines. How could hunter-gatherers, without cities or farming, design and construct such a monumental site? To build Göbekli Tepe required planning, organization, and skill at a level archaeologists cannot reconcile with the idea of primitive man. And Göbekli Tepe is only the beginning. Across the world, we find megaliths that seem to appear out of nowhere, with no clear origin or developmental stages. The Baalbek stones in Lebanon, for instance, are some of the largest building blocks ever cut by human hands. One, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs over 1,000 tons, more than a modern crane could easily lift. How were these quarried, moved, and positioned in ancient times? Mainstream answers fall flat, reduced to vague notions of ropes, rollers, and manpower. But no experiment has successfully shown how stones of such size could be transported with Bronze Age technology. In Peru, the walls of Sacsayhuaman stand like a fortress from another world. Massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, are fitted together with such precision that not even a razor blade can slip between them. Each stone is uniquely shaped, polygonal, interlocking like a puzzle. Earthquakes have shaken the Andes for centuries, but these walls remain, unbroken, while colonial buildings crumble nearby. Who cut these stones, and with what tools? The Incas themselves admitted they did not build them, that the walls were the work of earlier people, the gods or giants who came before. Farther south lies Tiwanaku and the mysterious Puma Punku. Here, blocks of granite and diorite, the hardest stones on Earth, are carved with machine-like precision, their edges sharp, their surfaces flat, their holes drilled as though with power tools. Yet mainstream archaeology insists this was done with stone hammers and primitive tools. The match is laughable. Even today, cutting diorite requires diamond-tip drills. And yet, thousands of years ago, someone did it, and left behind ruins that feel less like a prehistoric village and more like the shattered remnants of advanced engineering. Even in the heart of Egypt, anomalies abound. The pyramids are said to be tombs, yet no bodies have ever been found inside the Great Pyramid. Its inner chambers, passages, and shafts align with the stars in ways far too precise to be accidental. Some blocks weigh 70 tons or more, lifted hundreds of feet into the air. Mainstream Egyptology shrugs, offering vague theories of ramps that would have required more stone than the pyramid itself. And yet, the Great Pyramid stands, a structure whose purpose remains an enigma, perhaps less a tomb than a machine, a monument to knowledge now lost. The mystery deepens when we realize that megaliths are not isolated wonders but a global pattern. From Stonehenge in England to the Moai of Easter Island, from the Nabta Playa calendar stones in the Sahara to the underwater ruins off Yonaguni, Japan, the story repeats. Massive stone monuments appearing suddenly, often aligned with celestial events, built by cultures who should not have had the means. What ties them together? One possibility is that they are remnants of the same civilization, the First Age, the world before the flood. When the waters rose and cities drowned, survivors may have carried fragments of their knowledge to distant lands. They built monuments as markers, calendars, or perhaps as memory devices, encoding their wisdom in stone. Over time, the purpose was forgotten, the builders remembered as gods, and the monuments attributed to myth. But another possibility is even more unsettling. These megaliths were not meant for us. They were built by the Watchers, the Nephilim, or some other non-human intelligence that walked the earth before the flood. The sheer scale of places like Baalbek and Sacsayhuaman feels almost inhuman, as if designed for beings larger and stronger than us. Were they fortresses? Landing platforms? Energy centers? Or something stranger still? Whatever their purpose, the megaliths stand as undeniable evidence that history is not what we think. They are not myths, not allegories, not fantasies. They are real stones, real ruins, that cannot be explained by the conventional story of human progress. To walk among them is to feel the weight of a forgotten age pressing down, a reminder that we are not the first to master the art of civilization. And perhaps the most chilling thought of all, if these structures have survived for 10,000 years or more, what else might still be out there, buried under jungle, sand, or sea? The flood may have drowned cities, but stone endures. Every year, new discoveries emerge. Ruins beneath the Amazon, pyramids in Bosnia, structures on the ocean floor. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, suggesting that the First Age is not gone, only hidden, waiting to be uncovered. The megaliths are the fingerprints of the forgotten. They are the voice of the First Age, speaking across millennia. We were here. We built. We knew. And then we fell. If we can decipher their message, perhaps we can understand not only what was lost, but why. Few monuments on Earth capture the imagination like the Great Sphinx and the Great Pyramid of Giza. Tourists see them as icons of ancient Egypt, symbols of pharaohs, gods, and desert mystique. But behind their familiar silhouettes lies a mystery so deep, so unsettling, that many scholars and researchers have risked ridicule to pursue it. The truth is simple. These monuments may not be what we think they are. They may not even belong to the civilization we credit with building them. Instead, they could be the last surviving legacy of a lost world, a pre-flood civilization erased from history. The Great Sphinx is the most enigmatic of them all. Officially, Egyptologists date it to around 2500 BCE, built under Pharaoh Khafra. But the evidence doesn't fit. For one, the head of the Sphinx is disproportionately small compared to its massive body, suggesting it was recarved from an even older monument. Its face is heavily eroded, its contours softened not by sand and wind but by water. Geologist Dr. Robert Shark shocked the academic world in the 1990s when he demonstrated that the deep vertical fissures in the Sphinx's enclosure could only have been caused by prolonged rainfall that has not fallen on the Giza Plateau for thousands of years, not since the end of the Ice Age. If Shark is correct, then the Sphinx predates dynastic Egypt by millennia. It could be more than 10,000 years old, built in a time when mainstream history insists no civilization existed. This aligns eerily with the timeline of the flood myths, with Plato's Atlantis, with Göbekli Tepe. Could the Sphinx be a relic of the First Age? Was it carved by a forgotten people, later adopted and modified by the Egyptians who built around it? The Great Pyramid only deepens the mystery. Standing 481 feet tall, made of more than 2 million blocks of stone, some weighing up to 70 tons, it is the most precise monument of antiquity. Its base is level to within fractions of an inch. Its sides align almost perfectly with true north, a feat even modern engineers struggle to explain. And yet, we are told it was built with copper chisels, ropes, and manpower. No blueprints, no machines, just tens of thousands of laborious dragging blocks up massive ramps. But the pyramid refuses to behave like a tomb. No inscriptions decorate its interior chambers, unlike the lavishly carved tombs of the Valley of the Kings. No mummies were found inside. The so-called sarcophagus in the king's chamber is too large to fit through the passages, suggesting it was placed before construction was completed. The internal shafts point to specific stars, aligning with Orion's belt and Sirius, celestial markers that tie the pyramid not to funerary rites, but to the heavens. Even stranger, researchers like Christopher Dunn have suggested that the pyramid may have functioned not as a tomb at all, but as a kind of machine, a resonant energy generator that harnessed Earth's vibrations. The granite in its core contains quartz, a material known for its piezoelectric properties. The pyramid's geometry resonates with planetary frequencies. Was this a coincidence, or a deliberate design by builders who understood principles we have only recently begun to rediscover? Mainstream archaeology insists otherwise. They claim the pyramid was simply a tomb, built by Khufu. But why would a tomb require such astronomical precision, such mathematical elegance, such incomprehensible effort? Why align it with cardinal directions, equinoxes, and stars? Why encode within its dimensions the value of pi, the golden ratio, and even the exact length of the Earth's equator? These are not the marks of a simple burial chamber. They are the fingerprints of knowledge far beyond Bronze Age Egypt. Together, the Sphinx and the pyramid hint at a deeper story. The Sphinx may date back to a pre-flood civilization, a relic of the First Age. The pyramid may be a surviving fragment of their knowledge, repurposed, or perhaps misunderstood, by later dynasties. If true, then Egypt was not the cradle of civilization but the inheritor of a legacy far older, one that stretched back to a forgotten epoch. Even the ancient Egyptians themselves may have acknowledged this. They spoke of Zep Tepi, the first time, when gods walked the earth and civilization began. In their mythology, Zep Tepi was a golden age, a time before the flood, when wisdom was given by the gods. Could the monuments of Giza be the physical remnants of this mythic first time, standing silently through the ages as proof that Zep Tepi was real? The erosion of the Sphinx, the impossible precision of the pyramid, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of engineering. Each detail adds weight to the theory that these are not simply works of dynastic Egyptians but inheritances from something greater. And perhaps they were not built to honor death at all, but to preserve life, to act as markers, warnings, or even repositories of knowledge left behind for survivors of the flood. The chilling thought is this: if the Sphinx and pyramid are relics of a pre-flood civilization, what secrets might still lie hidden beneath the sands of Egypt? Ground-penetrating radar has revealed anomalies under the Sphinx, chambers that remain unexplored, sealed by the Egyptian authorities. Rumors persist of hidden libraries, the legendary Hall of Records, containing the wisdom of the First Age. If such knowledge exists, it has been kept from the world, locked away in darkness while humanity struggles with fragments. The Great Sphinx stares eternally to the east, watching the rising sun. The Great Pyramid towers, aligned with the stars. Together, they form a riddle carved in stone, a riddle that may point us to the truth of who we are and what came before us. Were these monuments built by human hands? Or by the Watchers, the gods of Zep-Tepi, beings whose knowledge bridged heaven and earth? Either way, their presence defies the story we've been told. If the monuments of Giza belong to the First Age, then history is far older, far deeper, than we dare imagine. And if that is true, then the flood was not the beginning of our story, but the middle. What lies beneath the sand may hold the answer, and perhaps the key to our future. The stones of Giza whisper in silence, but the ancient texts speak aloud, if only we dare to listen. Across civilizations, from Mesopotamia to the Levant, from Egypt to India, we find writings that contain strange knowledge, hidden wisdom, and stories too explosive for mainstream history to accept. These texts, often dismissed as myth or allegory, may in fact preserve fragments of a deeper truth, the forbidden knowledge of the First Age, passed down by survivors, watchers, or perhaps by the very beings who walked the earth before the flood. One of the most mysterious of these texts is the Book of Enoch. Banned from the biblical canon, preserved only in fragments, it tells a story far more detailed than the Book of Genesis. In its pages, we read how the Watchers descended to earth, taught mankind metallurgy, enchantments, astronomy, and the secrets of the heavens. They gave weapons, makeup, and even the knowledge of the moon cycles. To us, these may seem like primitive lessons, but to the people of that time, it was advanced, world-changing knowledge. The Book of Enoch says this was forbidden, a corruption of God's order. The result was the Nephilim, the giants who brought chaos and violence, leading to the flood. Why was this book excluded from the Bible? Perhaps because it reveals too much, because it paints a picture not of a spiritual fall alone, but of physical intervention by beings outside human history. If Enoch is true, then our leap into civilization was not natural but accelerated, triggered by outside forces. That is a narrative the guardians of history have long sought to suppress. But Enoch is not alone. The Sumerian tablets, some of the oldest writings in existence, describe the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens. They tell of gods who descended to earth, who fashioned mankind by mixing their own essence with that of the existing creatures. They ruled over early kings, taught the arts of civilization, and demanded offerings. The parallels to Genesis and Enoch are unmistakable. The Sumerians spoke plainly. Humans were created, not evolved naturally, and they were taught by beings from the stars. In the Atrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh, we read of floods sent to cleanse the earth of corruption, of giants who defied the gods, of men seeking immortality. Again, the echoes are everywhere. Different cultures, different words, but the same story. Forbidden knowledge, hybrid beings, and a cataclysm that ended an age. Even the Hindu Vedas contain fragments of this forbidden knowledge. They speak of the gods waging war in the skies with flying machines called vimanas, weapons of fire that sound eerily like descriptions of nuclear blasts. They describe cycles of ages, yugas, in which civilizations rise and fall, reaching heights of wisdom and power before being destroyed. To the orthodox, these are myths. But to those who read between the lines, they may be memories of lost technologies and cosmic battles, legacies of the First Age. Egypt, too, preserves hints of forbidden wisdom. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, though their origins are debated, speak of hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx, of knowledge sealed away until the time is right. The ancient Egyptians themselves claimed that their civilization was not the beginning but a rebirth, a continuation of Zep-Tepi, the first time when gods walked the earth and ruled side by side with man. Their texts describe knowledge of astronomy, medicine, and engineering far beyond what should have existed in their era. Were they recording their own discoveries, or preserving fragments of something older? Again and again, the pattern emerges. Ancient texts hint at knowledge given, not earned. Knowledge that propelled humanity forward but also brought destruction. And always, this knowledge is said to be forbidden, dangerous, the cause of corruption and downfall. Why forbidden? Perhaps because it upsets the natural order. Perhaps because it is too powerful to be entrusted to fragile hands. Or perhaps because those who rule, whether gods, watchers, or men, seek to keep humanity in ignorance, fearing what we might become if we truly understood our past. Even in later traditions, the whispers of forbidden knowledge remain. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain fragments of Enoch and other texts that suggest a hidden battle between light and dark forces, angels and watchers, shaping the destiny of mankind. Medieval grimoires, often burned as heresy, speak of secret knowledge passed down through hidden brotherhoods, guardians of ancient wisdom. In every age, there have been whispers of a hidden library, a hall of records, a cache of forbidden texts, whether in Alexandria, beneath the sands of Giza, or in monasteries hidden in the Himalayas. What if these stories are not coincidence? What if they are fragments of a single lost tradition, scattered like shards of a broken mirror? If so, then piecing them together may reveal the true story of humanity, a story not of simple evolution from hunter-gatherers, but of intervention, forbidden gifts, and catastrophic resets. Of course, mainstream scholars dismiss these texts as allegory, myth, or invention. But that dismissal often feels like fear of what it would mean if the texts were true. If Enoch, Sumer, Egypt, and India all tell the same story in different tongues, then the flood was real, the watchers were real, and our history is not 5,000 years old but 12,000 or more. Civilization, then, is not a linear climb but a cycle of rise, corruption, and fall. And the chilling question that lingers: are we repeating the cycle? If forbidden knowledge once brought ruin, are we walking the same path again, developing technologies beyond our wisdom, unlocking secrets we cannot control? Nuclear weapons, genetic manipulation, artificial intelligence, do these echo the forbidden arts of the First Age? If so, then the texts are not only history. They are warning. The Book of Enoch, the Sumerian tablets, the Vedas, the Emerald tablets. They are not just ancient words. They are voices across time, trying to tell us that we are not the first, not the greatest, not alone. And if we ignore them, if we dismiss them as myth, we may be doomed to fall as the First Age did, swallowed by a flood of our own making. For centuries, myths of a great flood were dismissed as religious allegory. Stories from the Bible, Sumer, India, and countless indigenous traditions were seen as symbolic, not literal. But in the last few decades, science has begun to uncover evidence that suggests these myths may in fact preserve the memory of a real, cataclysmic event, the kind of disaster that could erase entire civilizations. This evidence points to the Younger Dryas period, a sudden climatic shift that began around 12,900 years ago. It was a moment in Earth's history when everything changed, and its fingerprints may still be seen in the scars of the planet itself. To understand the Younger Dryas, we must first imagine the world as it was at the end of the last ice age. Massive glacier stretched across North America and Eurasia. Sea levels were more than 400 feet lower than today, exposing vast tracts of land now hidden beneath the oceans. Humanity, according to mainstream science, consisted only of small groups of hunter-gatherers, living primitively. Yet suddenly, around 12,900 years ago, the climate shifted dramatically. Temperatures plummeted. Ice sheets advanced again. Ecosystems collapsed. And, most importantly, vast amounts of species, including the woolly mammoth and saber-toothed cat, vanished. What triggered this abrupt event? For years, scientists believed it was simply a natural climate fluctuation. But mounting evidence suggests something far more catastrophic: the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. According to this theory, fragments of a massive comet struck the Earth around 12,900 years ago. The impacts, or even near-air bursts in the atmosphere, unleashed firestorms, melted ice sheets, and plunged the world into chaos. The smoking gun is found in the soil. Across North America and other parts of the world, researchers have discovered a distinct black mat layer, a thin band of dark sediment dating precisely to the start of the Younger Dryas. Within this layer are microscopic spherules, nanodiamonds, and high concentrations of platinum, all markers of cosmic impact. These are not the byproducts of volcanic activity or human industry. They are fingerprints of something extraterrestrial, something violent, something that struck the Earth with unimaginable force. Consider what such an impact would mean. A comet fragment several kilometers wide striking an ice sheet would unleash floods of meltwater, sending torrents rushing across continents. This could explain the mysterious scablands of the Pacific Northwest, vast landscapes carved by sudden, catastrophic floods, as though oceans had been unleashed in a matter of days. Mainstream geology once resisted the idea of such floods, until evidence became undeniable. Now, many accept that massive outburst floods shaped the land, but the question of what triggered them remains. The Younger Dryas impact provides the missing link. And here is where the connection to ancient myth becomes chilling. Around the world, cultures remember a great flood, a deluge that drowned civilizations, reshaped the earth, and forced survivors to begin anew. For the Hebrews, it was Noah's flood. For the Sumerians, it was Utnapishtim. For the Greeks, it was Deucalion. For countless Native American tribes, it was a flood sent by the gods to cleanse the world. These myths are striking not only for their universality but for their timing. If the Younger Dryas catastrophe occurred around 12,900 years ago, then the survivors of that cataclysm may well have passed down their trauma as stories, preserved for millennia. Some researchers believe that the flood myths may not be metaphor at all but memory, cultural memory of rising seas, melting glacier, and devastation. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,600 years ago, coincides eerily with Plato's timeline for the destruction of Atlantis. He wrote that a great civilization fell in a single day and night of floods and earthquakes, around 9,000 years before his time. Modern science now suggests that something apocalyptic did occur around that exact period. Was Plato preserving an ancient record, passed down from survivors of a forgotten world? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been controversial. Many scientists resisted it because it challenges the slow, gradualist view of history. Catastrophe, in their eyes, was too sudden, too dramatic, too myth-like. Yet the evidence keeps mounting. In Greenland, ice cores reveal a spike of platinum dated to the exact moment of the Younger Dryas onset. In South America, similar black mats and spheres have been found, suggesting this was not a local event but a global catastrophe. Across continents, the same story emerges: fire, floods, extinction, and collapse. What makes this more haunting is the possibility that advanced civilizations of the First Age, if they existed, were wiped away in this event. Imagine cities built along coasts, now buried beneath 400 feet of ocean. Imagine monuments shattered by floods or buried in sediment. Only fragments, like Göbekli Tepe or the Sphinx, might survive to hint at what was lost. Mainstream archaeology insists no such civilizations existed. But if they did, the Younger Dryas would have erased them almost completely, leaving only whispers in myth and mystery. Even now, traces of that destruction linger in human memory. Ancient rituals speak of fire from the sky. Petroglyphs show figures of comets, serpents, and stars falling to earth. Oral traditions describe a sky serpent or fire snake that scorched the land. The timing is too perfect to ignore. Could it be that our ancestors witnessed the Younger Dryas impact firsthand, and their descendants turned trauma into myth? If so, then science and myth converge. The flood was real. The catastrophe was real. And it was global. Humanity did not simply rise from ignorance step by step. It survived disaster, inherited fragments of a lost past, and struggled to rebuild. This reframes history entirely. Civilization is not a straight line of progress but a cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The most unsettling thought of all? Cosmic impacts are not rare. Earth has always been vulnerable. If it happened once, it can happen again. The Younger Dryas may not only explain the flood myths of the past but serve as a warning for the future. We, too, live under the same sky. We, too, are vulnerable to the fire that falls from above. And perhaps this is why the ancients left their warnings, in stone, in myth, in sacred texts. They wanted us to remember what happened to them, so we would not be caught unaware when it happens again. The question is, will we listen? When the glacier melted at the end of the Younger Dryas, the Earth was transformed. Sea levels rose by more than 400 feet, swallowing coastlines, drowning river valleys, and erasing entire landscapes from human memory. If civilizations existed during the First Age, this would have been their death sentence. Their cities, ports, and temples would now lie beneath the waves, hidden for millennia, their stories reduced to myths of sunken lands and vanished worlds. But every so often, the sea gives up a secret, revealing glimpses of what was lost. Consider the city of Dwarka off the coast of India. Mentioned in the Mahabharata as the legendary kingdom of Lord Krishna, it was long thought to be purely mythological. Yet in 2001, marine archaeologists discovered massive stone structures submerged in the Gulf of Kambat. Sonar scans revealed walls, pillars, and geometric patterns stretching across the seabed. Carbon dating of artifacts recovered from the site suggested an age of nearly 9,500 years, long before the rise of the Indus Valley civilization and far older than mainstream archaeology allows. If Dwarka is real, then it may be one of the earliest urban centers in the world, now swallowed by the sea. Far to the west, off the coast of Japan, lies another enigma, the Yonaguni Monument. Discovered by divers in the 1980s, it appears to be a massive stepped pyramid carved from bedrock, complete with terraces, platforms, and symmetrical stairways. Mainstream scientists claim it is a natural formation, sculpted by waves and erosion. Yet its sharp angles, right-angled corners, and megalithic scale suggest human hands. Some researchers argue it could be over 12,000 years old, exactly the period when rising seas would have buried coastal settlements. If so, Yonaguni may be the remnant of a lost Japanese civilization, wiped out in the flood that ended the First Age. The Mediterranean also hides its share of mysteries. Off the coast of Malta, divers have found massive stone structures resembling the island's megalithic temples, but submerged beneath the sea. Malta itself is covered with some of the oldest freestanding stone structures on Earth, dating back over 5,000 years. If these submerged temples are related, they may push Malta's civilization into the pre-flood era. Local legends speak of a time when the island was part of a much larger landmass, connected to other lands before the waters rose. Could these sunken temples be fragments of that forgotten continent? Even more tantalizing are discoveries in the Caribbean and Atlantic, regions long associated with the legend of Atlantis. In 2001, researchers using sonar mapping off the coast of Cuba detected geometric patterns more than 2,000 feet beneath the waves. Some reports described massive stone blocks, arranged in ways suggestive of pyramids and roads. While skeptics argue the images were inconclusive, the possibility remains that an ancient city lies buried under the ocean, waiting to be explored. If true, it could be one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in history, proof of a civilization that predates all others. Other hints appear worldwide: submerged ruins off the coast of Yonaguni, Okinawa, and Taiwan, mysterious roads and walls beneath the waters of Lake Titicaca in South America, and drowned structures in the North Sea, remnants of a land known as Doggerland. Doggerland once connected Britain to mainland Europe, a vast fertile plain where people hunted and lived. When sea levels rose, it vanished beneath the waves, its people displaced, its memory fading into myth. Could Doggerland itself have been a cradle of civilization, now lost to the ocean? Each of these sites may be debated, but together they form a compelling pattern. Human history did not unfold neatly on dry land alone. Our ancestors lived on coastlines, near rivers, and fertile deltas, the very places most vulnerable to rising seas. If a pre-flood civilization did exist, the ocean would have swallowed its greatest achievements. What we see today, Göbekli Tepe, Jericho, Catalhoyuk, may be only the inland fragments, survivors of a much larger world now drowned. And yet, the myths remember. Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, Komori Kandam, cultures across the globe speak of lost continents swallowed by the sea. For centuries, scholars dismissed these tales as fantasy. But the rise in sea levels at the end of the Ice Age was real, and the speed of that rise would have been apocalyptic to coastal peoples. What today takes centuries of slow geological change would have felt, to them, like the world ending in a single lifetime. Islands vanished, coasts retreated, and entire cities would have disappeared beneath the waves. Survivors fled inland, carrying their stories of drowned homelands. Those stories, passed down across generations, became the legends we now call myth. Modern technology is beginning to uncover what the ocean has hidden. Sonar mapping, satellite imaging, and underwater drones are revealing anomalies that cannot be easily dismissed. Stone roads off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, geometric ruins near Yonaguni, submerged walls in India. Each discovery adds fuel to the fire of possibility. Could these be the remnants of the First Age, evidence of civilizations wiped away in the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas? Mainstream archaeology resists this conclusion, because it rewrites the timeline of civilization by thousands of years. Yet the ocean does not lie. If ruins exist beneath the waves, they are not modern. They are ancient, and their presence suggests that humanity was building, thriving, and creating long before history officially began. The chilling truth is that we may have only scratched the surface. The vast majority of the ocean floor remains unexplored. Entire continents' worth of coastlines, where civilizations would have flourished, lie hidden beneath hundreds of feet of water. If even one advanced city is found intact beneath the seas, it would shatter everything we think we know about our past. What lies beneath the waves? Temples, pyramids, roads, entire cities, perhaps even libraries of stone, containing the records of the First Age. If so, then our myths are not myths at all, but memories. The flood was real. The lost lands were real. And the ocean is their tomb. Scattered across the globe are monuments so massive, so precise, and so impossible by conventional standards that they defy explanation. These are the megaliths, colossal stones weighing tens, sometimes hundreds, of tons, quarried, transported, and assembled with methods we can barely replicate even today. Archaeology tells us they were built by primitive societies using ropes, logs, and sheer manpower. But as we stare at the precision of the cuts, the astronomical alignments, and the scale of the construction, a deeper possibility emerges, that these are not the works of simple tribes but the fingerprints of a forgotten civilization, one that carried knowledge from the First Age. Let us begin with Ba Albeck, in modern-day Lebanon. At the heart of this ancient site lies the trilithan, 3 colossal stones, each weighing over 800 tons, forming the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, estimated at over 1,000 tons. These are not stones that could be moved with ropes and wooden sleds. Even with today's technology, transporting and placing them with precision would be a monumental feat, so how did people thousands of years ago achieve it? The Romans later built on the site, but even they admitted that the massive foundation stones predated their work. Who placed them there? And why? Then there is Stonehenge in England, a monument of towering megaliths aligned perfectly with solstices. The smaller bluestones were transported from quarries over 150 miles away in Wales, a logistical nightmare even today. But Stonehenge is not unique. Across Britain and Europe, thousands of megalithic circles, dolmens, and standing stones dot the landscape. Some align with the stars, others with the movements of the sun and moon. Together, they suggest not only engineering skill but advanced astronomical knowledge. Were these monuments calendars, ritual centers, or something far more sophisticated, energy sites tapping into Earth's natural forces? In Peru, at sites like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, we find stonework so precise it seems almost alien. Enormous blocks of andesite and granite, some weighing over 100 tons, are cut with interlocking angles so exact that not even a razor blade fits between them. The walls are earthquake-proof, their joints absorbing seismic shock better than modern concrete. Local legends say they were built not by the Inca, but by giants or gods in the deep past. Archaeologists claim the Inca used stone hammers and persistence. But can hammering alone explain laser-like precision, complex polygonal fits, and transport up mountainsides? On the other side of the world, in Egypt, we find similar mysteries. The Osirian at Abydos lies far beneath ground level, constructed of megalithic granite blocks larger than those used in the pyramids. Unlike later Egyptian temples covered in inscriptions, the Osirian is stark and utilitarian, as though it belonged to an entirely different era. Some researchers argue it is far older than dynastic Egypt, a remnant of the First Age incorporated into later structures. Could it be one of the oldest surviving megalithic sites on Earth? Even more enigmatic is Pumapunku, part of the Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia. Here, scattered across the high plains, lie massive stone blocks carved with precision-cut grooves, drill holes, and right angles that look strikingly similar to modern machine work. Some stones weigh over 100 tons, quarried miles away and transported to an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet. To this day, no one knows how the builders accomplished it. Local myths say the site was constructed in a single night by gods wielding divine power. Mainstream archaeologists offer no satisfactory explanation, only insisting it was achieved with stone tools. But how could stone tools replicate the precision of modern machining? The same pattern emerges across the globe. Megaliths that shouldn't exist, yet do. Easter Island's Moai statues, weighing up to 80 tons, were somehow transported across the island and erected on platforms of fitted stone. In Turkey, at Göbekli Tepe, T-shaped pillars weighing 20 to 50 tons were erected 12,000 years ago, at a time when humans were supposedly still nomadic hunter-gatherers. These pillars bear intricate carvings of animals, symbols, and celestial motifs, suggesting a complex belief system and advanced knowledge. What ties these sites together is not only the scale of their construction but their astronomical precision. Again and again, megaliths are aligned with solstices, equinoxes, star clusters, and lunar cycles. Stonehenge marks midsummer sunrise. The pyramids align with Orion's belt. Machu Picchu is oriented to the June solstice sunrise. Göbekli Tepe encodes constellations. This is not coincidence. Whoever built these structures possessed deep knowledge of the skies, knowledge they incorporated into stone to create monuments that could endure for millennia. The question is, where did this knowledge come from? If mainstream archaeology is correct, these were simple societies with no writing, no mathematics, and no advanced tools. Yet they demonstrated geometry, astronomy, and engineering beyond their supposed abilities. Either we must rewrite history to acknowledge their genius, or consider that they inherited this knowledge from a source now lost to time. Many researchers believe the answer lies in the survivors of the flood. When the First Age ended, when civilizations were drowned, perhaps survivors carried fragments of their knowledge inland. Unable to rebuild their cities, they turned to stone, the most durable medium they knew, to encode what they remembered. Megaliths, then, are not random curiosities but messages, giant, enduring symbols of a time when humanity walked with gods, when the heavens were mapped, and when knowledge flowed freely. Some go further, suggesting that megaliths were more than symbolic. Their shapes, placements, and materials may have interacted with Earth's natural energies. Granite and basalt contain quartz, capable of resonating with vibration. Standing stones often lie on ley lines, invisible pathways of energy crisscrossing the planet. Could these structures have been part of a global network, harnessing energy in ways we no longer understand? Were they machines of the First Age, disguised as temples? Skeptics scoff at such ideas, but the evidence remains. Megaliths exist. They are real. And they refuse to conform to the story we've been told. They tell us, silently but powerfully, that someone in the deep past had knowledge we have lost. Someone could cut, move, and align stones with techniques we cannot replicate. Someone looked to the stars and carved their patterns into the earth. The megaliths are not merely ruins. They are riddles. They stand as stone witnesses to a forgotten chapter of human history. If we can solve their mystery, we may uncover not only the truth of the First Age but also a warning. Civilizations rise and fall, but only those who build in stone endure the flood of time. In nearly every corner of the world, ancient traditions tell of beings larger than life, literally. They are called by many names: the Nephilim in Hebrew scripture, the Anakim and Rephaim in Canaan, the Titans of Greece, the Daityas and Asuras of India, the Jotnar of Norse sagas, and the giant chiefs of Native American oral history. At first glance, these might appear as nothing more than colorful myths, exaggerated tales meant to awe and terrify. But when so many unrelated cultures, separated by oceans and continents, all preserve memories of giants, we are forced to ask, were they describing the same truth? In the book of Genesis, it is written, "There were giants in the earth in those days." These giants, the Nephilim, were born of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men. The apocryphal book of Enoch expands the story in chilling detail. When the Watchers descended to earth, they fathered hybrid offspring of enormous stature and immense strength. These Nephilim ravaged the world, consuming resources, spreading violence, and leading humanity into chaos. Their existence was so catastrophic that God sent the flood to wipe them from the earth. If Enoch is true, then giants were not just legend. They were the living embodiment of forbidden knowledge, a reminder of humanity's corruption. Across the ocean, the Greek myths speak of titans, primordial beings who ruled before the Olympian gods. They were enormous, powerful, and rebellious, eventually cast down in a cosmic war. In Norse sagas, the Jotnar, or frost giants, were ancient forces of chaos, locked in eternal struggle with the gods. In Hindu lore, the Asuras are towering beings locked in conflict with the Devas, with some described as immense in form and strength. Even the indigenous tribes of North America tell of giants. The Paiutes speak of the Saiti-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in Nevada and were eventually destroyed by fire. The Choctaw tell of the Nahulo, white-skinned giants who warred with humans. In South America, early Spanish explorers reported native legends of giant people who once roamed Patagonia. Could these be coincidence? Or are they scattered memories of a very real race of beings that once coexisted with early humanity? Archaeology itself hints at something unusual. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers across America reported strange finds, oversized skeletons unearthed from burial mounds, some measuring 7 to 12 feet tall. Many of these reports appeared in the Smithsonian's early records, only to vanish into obscurity. Skeptics dismiss them as hoaxes or exaggerations, but the sheer volume of reports, from farmers, archaeologists, and even military men, suggests otherwise. Were these skeletons suppressed because they didn't fit the narrative of human history? Megalithic sites also raise questions. At Baalbek, how could 800-ton stones be moved without machinery? At Sacsayhuaman, who placed the massive interlocking walls with such precision? Some legends claim giants were the builders, using strength far beyond human capability. In Bashan, the biblical land of Og, described as a giant king, Megalithic dolmens still stand, some weighing dozens of tons. Did giants leave behind these colossal structures as their monuments? Even the bones of giants are hinted at in ancient texts. Deuteronomy speaks of King Og of Bashan, whose bed was described as 9 cubits long, over 13 feet. In the Mahabharata, warriors of immense size battle across plains, wielding weapons too large for modern men. Norse tales speak of giant skulls used as drinking cups, suggesting creatures of terrifying size. Modern science insists no such beings existed, pointing to gigantism as a rare medical condition. But can thousands of myths, spanning cultures, all be explained by a few cases of disease? Or do they preserve the memory of a lost race? The possibility of giants raises another unsettling question. Were they human at all? If they were the offspring of the Watchers, as Enoch describes, then they were hybrids, part human, part something else. Their unnatural origins could explain their great size, their power, and their corruption. It would also explain why they were so universally feared and reviled. Humanity may have remembered them not as benevolent teachers but as tyrants, monsters who nearly destroyed the world. If giants truly walked the earth, what became of them? Perhaps most perished in the floods and cataclysms of the Younger Dryas. Perhaps their lineages were hunted down by humans, fearful of their power. Or perhaps, as some conspiracy theorists claim, traces of their DNA still linger in us, hidden in genetic markers we have yet to understand. Some even speculate that remnants of their bloodlines were preserved by secret societies, forming the foundations of royal families and elite bloodlines that still dominate today. What cannot be denied is the universality of the theme. Giants were remembered as both builders and destroyers, as rulers and monsters. They were not a minor curiosity but a central part of humanity's earliest myths. Why would so many unrelated peoples invent the same story unless they were remembering something real? Imagine, for a moment, what it would mean if the giants were real. It would mean that humanity was not alone in shaping its destiny. It would mean that Earth once hosted a species, or hybrid race, of immense power and knowledge. And it would mean that the flood myths were not just about water, they were about cleansing the world of a dangerous presence that threatened the survival of mankind itself. If the giants were wiped away, then their legacy survives only in stone and story. The megaliths may be their monuments, their strength fossilized in the stones they moved. The myths may be our warnings, telling us what happens when humanity mingles with forbidden knowledge. And the bones, those strange skeletons reported in dusty newspapers, may be the last physical evidence of a race that the world was not meant to remember. The giants of old are either myth or memory. If they are memory, then our past is stranger and darker than we dare admit. And if they are memory, then the flood was not only about destruction, but about survival against a race that should never have existed. Throughout the shadowed corridors of human memory, one symbol recurs again and again, the serpent. It slithers across myth, religion, and forbidden law as both destroyer and teacher, both deceiver and revealer of wisdom. From the biblical Eden, where the serpent tempts humanity to eat of the tree of knowledge, to the feathered serpent gods of Mesoamerica, to the Nagas of India and the dragons of China, the motif is universal. What did our ancestors mean by this creature? Was it merely an animal representation, or the emblem of a hidden brotherhood who carried knowledge from a time before the flood? In Genesis, the serpent is cast as the ultimate trickster, bringing downfall to mankind. Yet when we look beyond the Bible, we find cultures that viewed serpents very differently. To the ancient Egyptians, the serpent was both protective and dangerous. Apophis represented chaos, but the uraeus, the cobra on the pharaoh's crown, symbolized divine power and hidden wisdom. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was revered as a bringer of civilization, teaching astronomy, mathematics, and agriculture. In India, the Nagas were semi-divine beings dwelling underground, often guardians of sacred treasures and secret knowledge. Even in Norse myth, the great serpent Jormungandr encircled the world, a cosmic symbol of hidden power. It is as though the serpent represented something forbidden, powerful, and enduring. Knowledge carried across ages, guarded by those who are not fully human. Could this be the same wisdom the Watchers gave to mankind? The same knowledge that birthed the Nephilim and led to the flood? Whispers of a serpent brotherhood ripple through occult and esoteric traditions. Researchers of forbidden archaeology suggest that after the cataclysm that ended the First Age, survivors of a priestly caste, initiates who once served the Watchers, formed secret societies to preserve their knowledge. These brotherhoods disguise themselves in symbols, passing wisdom through initiation, ritual, and coded myth. Serpents became their emblem, not because of the animal itself, but because of what it represented: transformation, immortality, and the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Legends of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, or the Order of the Snake, trace back to ancient Mesopotamia. Some claim that Enki, the Sumerian god of wisdom often associated with serpents and water, founded this brotherhood to safeguard divine knowledge against his rival Enlil, who sought to keep humanity ignorant. According to alternative histories, this order split after the flood, one branch serving humanity, the other seeking domination. Could this duality explain why serpents appear as both saviors and deceivers across myths? From Babylon, the Serpent Brotherhood is said to have traveled to Egypt, where it merged with priestly cults of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom. Thoth was associated with writing, science, and the Book of Knowledge, a text rumored to contain the secrets of creation itself. Egyptian initiation schools, hidden deep within temple complexes, may have been continuation points for this serpent knowledge, reserved only for the few deemed worthy. Centuries later, echoes of the same brotherhood appear in Greece. The cult of Asclepius, god of healing, used the serpent-wrapped staff that still serves as a symbol of medicine today. In mystery schools, like those of Eleusis and Orphism, initiates underwent rites that promised illumination, transformation, and secret truths about the cosmos. Always, the serpent lingered as a symbol of death, rebirth, and hidden wisdom. But perhaps the most dramatic survival of serpent lore comes from the Americas. The Maya and Aztec civilizations built colossal temples to the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, or Kukulkan, who is described as a bringer of laws, calendar systems, and moral codes. According to some traditions, Quetzalcoatl even vowed to return one day, a promise that fueled prophecies centuries later when the Spanish arrived. Was Quetzalcoatl a deified memory of a pre-flood figure, a watcher, or one of their hybrid offspring, who carried forbidden wisdom into the New World? The serpent's connection to underground realms is also telling. From India's Nagas, said to dwell in subterranean palaces, to the Hopi stories of ant people who sheltered humanity beneath the earth during cataclysms, serpent beings are often guardians of knowledge hidden below the surface. Could this suggest that the brotherhood itself survived underground, literally, in cavern systems, catacombs, or megalithic tunnels that still snake beneath our feet? If such a brotherhood existed, then its power lay in secrecy. Knowledge itself was a weapon. To the uninitiated masses, serpents were cast as evil deceivers, ensuring fear and obedience. To initiates, however, the serpent was revered as the bringer of light, the torchbearer of ancient truths. This duality explains the paradox: why mainstream religion demonized the serpent, while secret traditions revere it. Modern researchers of secret societies often point to the continuation of serpent symbolism in groups like the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and even certain elite dynasties. While mainstream history dismisses these as coincidences, the recurrence of serpentine emblems, coil designs, dragon motifs, Ouroboros rings suggests otherwise. Could these be echoes of a single lineage, stretching back to the days before the flood? Even the concept of the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, encapsulates this idea perfectly. Knowledge preserved through destruction and rebirth, wisdom that survives cataclysms and is reborn in each new cycle of civilization. It is the perfect emblem for a brotherhood who may have survived the flood, carrying forward fragments of a forbidden science from a lost age. If the Serpent Brotherhood truly existed, then what knowledge did they protect? Was it advanced astronomy, preserved in ancient star maps? Was it the lost technology of megalith builders, encoded into sacred geometry? Or was it something darker, genetic secrets of the Nephilim, rituals of contact with otherworldly beings, or the manipulation of human destiny? Imagine for a moment that such a brotherhood still exists today. Perhaps they operate in shadows, guiding humanity toward a new age of revelation, or a new age of control. Perhaps they are the custodians of secrets buried beneath the Sphinx, within the hidden chambers of Giza, or locked away in the vaults of the Vatican. The serpent has always been there, lurking in plain sight, whispering of a wisdom that is forbidden, yet irresistible. Whether myth, metaphor, or memory, the Serpent Brotherhood represents one of the most enduring mysteries of pre-flood civilizations. They stand as guardians of a legacy too dangerous to share openly, a lineage of knowledge that has shaped human history from the shadows. And if they still walk among us, then the serpent is not a relic of myth, it is the symbol of a power that has never truly gone away. Across the world, in places where modern machines would still struggle, stand the most enigmatic monuments of the ancient world, the megaliths. Cyclopean walls, colossal pillars, and stone blocks weighing hundreds, sometimes thousands, of tons, cut, shaped, and placed with mathematical precision. They are silent witnesses of a time when humanity was supposedly primitive, yet they speak of a science and engineering beyond our grasp even today. Could these megaliths be the gateways to the First Age, the fingerprints of a pre-flood civilization that knew far more than we dare admit? At Baalbek in Lebanon, the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman weighs over 1,000 tons, so massive that even our best cranes could not lift it today. Who carved it, and why? Archaeologists claim it was part of a Roman temple, but the Romans themselves admitted they built upon older foundations. Could Baalbek's base stones be relics of the First Age, monuments that giants or their hybrid builders left behind? In Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman baffles engineers. Gigantic stones, some weighing over 200 tons, are cut in irregular shapes and fitted together so tightly that not even a sheet of paper can slip between them. These walls have survived earthquakes that reduced modern concrete to rubble. How did the builders achieve such seismic-proof perfection without iron tools or wheels? Were they preserving the engineering secrets of a vanished age? Even more mysterious are the pyramids of Giza. Mainstream Egyptology insists they were tombs built 4,500 years ago, but not a single mummy has ever been found inside the Great Pyramid. Instead, its design reflects astonishing knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and geodesy. Its dimensions encode the ratio of the Earth, the distance to the Sun, and even the number pi. Was it merely a tomb, or a relic of an advanced science inherited from survivors of the flood? Some suggest the pyramid was not a tomb at all, but an energy device, a resonant machine aligned with the stars. Could it have been a power station of the First Age? Across the Mediterranean, the megalithic temples of Malta stand older than Stonehenge and the pyramids. Carved from limestone blocks weighing tens of tons, these structures were aligned with solstices and celestial events. Their builders vanished without leaving a trace of their origins. Local legends say they were constructed by giants. Coincidence, or the echo of a forgotten truth? In Turkey, the site of Göbekli Tepe shattered archaeology when it was uncovered. Dated to at least 12,000 years ago, long before the rise of agriculture, it features massive stone pillars arranged in circles, adorned with intricate carvings of animals. It is the world's oldest known temple, built by a people who, according to history, should not have had the means to build anything at all. What inspired them to create such a monument at the dawn of time? Was it an attempt to preserve the wisdom of a dying age, an age swept away by the floods? Even the megalithic dolmens scattered across Asia, Europe, and the Middle East add to the mystery. These stone chambers, often made with enormous slabs, appear everywhere from Korea to Ireland. Their purpose is unclear: tombs, temples, or something else entirely. Could they be remnants of a global culture, one that spanned continents before the seas rose and swallowed their cities? What unites all these structures is not only their massive scale but their astronomical precision. Almost every megalithic site is aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or star constellations. The Great Pyramid aligns with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the summer solstice. Newgrange in Ireland was designed so that on the winter solstice, sunlight floods its inner chamber for just a few minutes each year. These are not coincidences. They are blueprints of a civilization obsessed with the heavens. But why? Perhaps these megaliths were gateways, not doors in the physical sense, but conduits of energy, knowledge, and power. Many researchers suggest that ancient stones could harness the Earth's natural electromagnetic fields, creating resonance that enhanced consciousness or even altered reality. Did the First Age build megaliths as tools to connect with the divine, to open portals to other realms, or to preserve energy in a world soon to be destroyed? Another possibility is that they were markers of survival, built to withstand cataclysm. If an advanced civilization knew the flood was coming, what better way to preserve their knowledge than in stone, aligned with the stars, ensuring that future generations could rediscover the patterns of the cosmos? Perhaps the megaliths were messages, telling us, we were here. We knew the heavens. Remember us. Of course, mainstream archaeology dismisses these ideas. They tell us the megaliths were temples, tombs, or ceremonial sites, built with primitive tools and sheer manpower. But this explanation ignores the scale, the precision, and the global spread. It ignores the myths that consistently tie these sites to gods, giants, and floods. Most importantly, it ignores the inconvenient possibility that the megaliths are the last surviving architecture of a pre-flood civilization. The presence of serpent motifs at many of these sites adds another layer of intrigue. Carvings of snakes appear on the pillars of Göbekli Tepe, in Egyptian hieroglyphs, and in Mesoamerican temples. Could this link the megaliths directly to the Serpent Brotherhood, the guardians of forbidden wisdom? Were these temples not merely monuments but sanctuaries of the Brotherhood, preserving rituals and knowledge through stone? Imagine, for a moment, if megaliths truly are the gateways to the First Age. Then the world we live in is a vast archaeological puzzle, its most important pieces hidden in plain sight. Each towering stone is a page of a book written in geometry, astronomy, and myth. Each alignment whispers of a science that we are only beginning to rediscover. And each unanswered question beckons us closer to a truth that our ancestors may have desperately tried to preserve. The megaliths do not just defy explanation, they defy the very narrative of history. They tell us that humanity's story is older, deeper, and far more mysterious than we have been taught. And if these stones are indeed gateways, then perhaps they are waiting for us to unlock them, to step through, not into another place, but into another understanding of who we are and where we truly came from. When we step back and survey the myths of the world, one event towers above all others: the Great Flood. Nearly every ancient culture speaks of a deluge so devastating that it nearly erased humanity from existence. Whether we call it Noah's flood, the Sumerian flood of Utnapishtim, the Hindu tale of Manu and Matsya, or the Mesoamerican flood myths, the pattern is the same. The world was destroyed by water, civilizations vanished, and only a chosen few survived to begin again. Was this flood a metaphor, or was it a reset button that ended the First Age? In the Hebrew Bible, the flood is described as divine punishment, sent to wipe away the corruption brought by the Nephilim. Noah, the righteous man, is instructed to build an ark, preserving his family and the animals. The waters rise, the earth is cleansed, and humanity is forced to start anew. But this is only one version. Long before the Bible, the Sumerians recorded a flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In it, Utnapishtim is warned by the god Enki to construct a massive boat, seal it with pitch, and load it with life. When the flood comes, even the gods tremble at its fury. Afterward, Utnapishtim is granted immortality, while humanity struggles to rebuild. In Hindu tradition, Manu, the first man, is warned by the god Vishnu, disguised as a fish, that a great flood will destroy the world. Manu builds a boat and ties it to the horn of Vishnu's fish form, surviving as the waters sweep away everything. In Mesoamerican lore, the god sent a flood to destroy a previous race of giants, making way for a new humanity. The Mayan Popol Vuh describes multiple creations and destructions, one of which ends with a great deluge. Even the Aboriginal Australians and the Polynesians preserve flood legends, though separated by vast oceans. When myths across the globe tell the same story, the possibility of coincidence fades. Instead, we see fragments of a collective memory. Something happened, something so catastrophic that it imprinted itself on the human psyche. But what exactly was it? Science has begun to catch up with myth. Evidence of a sudden climate catastrophe around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the Younger Dryas, suggests Earth was rocked by a rapid meltdown. Sea levels rose by more than 400 feet as ice sheets collapsed, drowning coastlines and submerging ancient lands. Catastrophist researchers argue that a comet or asteroid impact triggered this upheaval, raining fire and ice across the globe, destabilizing climate systems and causing megafloods. Could this be the event remembered in myth as the Great Flood? The geological evidence is compelling. The scablands of North America show signs of cataclysmic flooding, with channels carved by torrents of water moving at impossible speeds. The Black Sea appears to have undergone a massive flood event, possibly inspiring Near Eastern stories. Even the sudden disappearance of the Clovis culture in North America aligns with this time frame. And around the world, we find sunken ruins beneath the seas, structures off the coast of Japan at Yonaguni, submerged temples in India's Gulf of Kambat, and drowned megaliths near Malta. Were these the coastal cities of the First Age, swallowed by rising waters? If so, then the flood was more than just a punishment, it was a reset. Civilizations that had grown advanced, perhaps too advanced, were obliterated. Survivors carried fragments of knowledge, myths, and warnings into the New Age, seeding the rise of Sumer, Egypt, and other first civilizations. But these were not the true first, they were the inheritors of a world washed away. The flood myths also raise another question. Was the deluge natural or engineered? Some traditions claim the gods themselves unleashed it. In Genesis, God causes the fountains of the deep to burst forth. In Sumerian lore, Enlil sends the flood to reduce humanity's growing numbers. Could the flood have been a deliberate act, a cosmic reset, initiated to erase forbidden hybrids like the Nephilim, or to bury dangerous knowledge from the first age. Imagine a civilization capable of manipulating water, weather, or even celestial bodies. If the Watchers or their offspring had technology beyond our comprehension, could the flood have been triggered intentionally, either as punishment or as self-defense against their own creations? Some fringe researchers even suggest that remnants of ancient technology, perhaps massive energy systems linked to pyramids or megaliths, malfunctioned, causing environmental collapse. The flood, then, was not only a divine judgment but a technological disaster. The psychological impact of such an event cannot be overstated. To survivors, watching the world swallowed by waves, the flood would have seemed like the end of everything. Entire continents, cities, and bloodlines lost in days. To carry forward the memory, they wove it into myth, into ritual, into warnings. Never forget, the stories whispered, for it can happen again. But modern society has largely forgotten. We dismiss the flood as a parable, a fable meant to inspire moral lessons. Yet beneath the seas, evidence of drowned cities suggests otherwise. Beneath the myths, geological layers of sudden destruction whisper of truth. And in the ruins of megaliths, their alignments broken by shifting land and rising tides, we see the scars of a world reset. If the flood was the Great Reset, then everything we call history is merely the second act of a much older play. Humanity did not rise from nothing 5,000 years ago. It rose from the ashes of a lost civilization, one erased so thoroughly that only its shadows remain in myth and stone. The flood, then, was not just a story of destruction, it was the dividing line between worlds. On one side, the First Age, a time of giants, gods, and forbidden knowledge. On the other, the fractured, struggling survivors, who pieced together civilization anew. And now, as we rediscover fragments of that forgotten time, we are forced to ask, did the reset truly erase the danger, or is the cycle waiting to repeat? Beneath the restless waves of our oceans lie the ghosts of a forgotten world, sunken cities, drowned temples, and megalithic structures swallowed by rising seas. They are not the stuff of legend alone. Divers, sonar scans, and underwater archaeology have revealed fragments of stonework where no primitive culture should have been able to build. These ruins are the silent proof that something extraordinary existed before the flood. They whisper of a civilization erased, yet not entirely forgotten. There remains hidden beneath the water surface, waiting for us to rediscover them. Perhaps the most famous of these underwater enigmas is the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. Discovered in 1986 by a diver, the site appears to be a massive stone complex with terraces, staircases, and geometric angles that resemble human construction. Mainstream geologists argue it is a natural formation shaped by ocean currents, but others point out the clear right angles, symmetrical carvings, and even what looks like a road leading into the complex. Could Yonaguni be the remains of a pre-flood city, drowned when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age? In India's Gulf of Kambat, sonar surveys in the early 2000s revealed vast structures beneath the murky waters, spread over miles. Divers recovered artifacts, including pottery shards and tools, dated to nearly 9,500 years ago, centuries before the first official civilizations of Mesopotamia or Egypt. The Indian government itself admitted that the site was real, but its implications were staggering. It suggested urban settlement thousands of years earlier than textbooks allow. Could this have been part of an advanced civilization washed away by the flood? Further south, in Dwarka, off the coast of Gujarat, another submerged city was found. Local legends long spoke of the golden city of Lord Krishna, said to have been swallowed by the sea. In the late 20th century, marine archaeologists uncovered massive stone walls, streets, and structures beneath the waves. The discovery eerily matched the myth. Was Krishna's Dwarka a memory of a real, thriving metropolis destroyed in the same cataclysm that reshaped the earth? Across the Mediterranean, whispers of drowned civilizations echo as well. Near Malta, divers have reported stone formations resembling temples beneath the sea. Malta itself is covered with ancient megalithic structures, some of the oldest on Earth. Could these submerged sites be the continuation of a culture that thrived before the waters rose? And then, of course, there is the legend of Atlantis. Plato's dialogues describe an advanced island civilization that fell beneath the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. While mainstream scholars treat it as allegory, the parallels with other flood myths are undeniable. Was Atlantis simply another name for one of these sunken cities, or was it a memory of the entire pre-flood world, a civilization that spanned continents and left only fragments beneath the waves? South America offers its own enigmas. In Lake Titicaca, which lies high in the Andes, ruins and stonework have been discovered beneath the surface, suggesting an ancient city now drowned in the world's highest navigable lake. Local legends speak of Viracocha, a god who emerged from these waters to bring civilization to humanity after a great flood. Could this be another piece of the global puzzle? Evidence that survivors of a sunken world carried their wisdom inland, away from the seas that had devoured their homes? What is most striking about these submerged sites is their global distribution. From Asia to the Americas, from Europe to the Pacific, nearly every continent has ruins beneath the ocean. This aligns perfectly with geological evidence that sea levels rose dramatically at the end of the Ice Age, drowning coastlines that had once supported thriving settlements. If civilizations flourished along those coasts, as civilizations always do, then their destruction would have been total, leaving only scattered survivors. Mainstream archaeology hesitates to acknowledge these ruins as cities. The implications are simply too disruptive. If humans built urban centers 9,000 or even 12,000 years ago, then our entire timeline of history collapses. Agriculture, writing, and cities would no longer be inventions of the last 5,000 years, but the re-emergence of skills remembered from before the flood. Humanity would not be a species climbing upward. It would be a species recovering from a catastrophic fall. But the myths, ruins, and science together weave a story too consistent to ignore. The drowned cities show us that the flood was not only real, it destroyed a world already advanced in ways we cannot yet grasp. Survivors encoded the memory of their lost homelands into myth: Atlantis, Dwarka, Lemuria, Mu. Some of these may be distorted memories, others may be real locations now lost under the seas. But together, they testify to a forgotten truth, that our ancestors were not the first to build, dream, and organize. They were rebuilding from ruins. Imagine walking through the streets of Yonaguni before the waters rose, looking up at temples aligned to the stars. Imagine the lights of Dwarka glowing on the shoreline, before they were extinguished in a storm of rising tides. Imagine an entire global network of cities and ports, connected across oceans, gone in a single catastrophe. That is the legacy of the sunken cities, the lost heartbeat of the First Age. Perhaps, even now, more of these ruins lie waiting. Beneath the waves of the Caribbean, sonar has detected unusual formations near Cuba, sometimes described as pyramids. Off the coast of Egypt, the lost city of Heracleon was rediscovered after centuries beneath the Mediterranean. If such discoveries continue, we may yet uncover a city that proves beyond doubt that pre-flood civilizations were real, powerful, and global. Until then, the sunken ruins remain both evidence and mystery, mute witnesses to a forgotten age, erased by water, remembered in myth, and rediscovered stone by stone beneath the sea. And if they are indeed the shattered remnants of the First Age, then the flood did not erase everything. It left behind enough to remind us that history is deeper, older, and far stranger than we are allowed to believe. The further we journey into the evidence of pre-flood civilizations, the more we begin to encounter traces of something even more astonishing: technology that should not have existed thousands of years ago. These were not simply primitive societies stacking stones by brute force. Scattered across the world are hints of lost sciences and forgotten machines, technologies that modern engineers and scientists struggle to explain. Could these be the remnants of the first great civilization, a society whose knowledge was buried by the flood? When we examine megalithic sites like Baalbek in Lebanon, we find stone blocks weighing over 1,200 tons, cut and moved with precision that defies explanation. Even with today's cranes, we would struggle to lift such masses. Yet the ancients not only moved them but also fitted them seamlessly into monumental platforms. How? Were they using advanced machinery, some form of forgotten physics, or a technology we have yet to rediscover? The Great Pyramid of Giza is often cited as another enigma. Beyond its sheer size and precision, there are strange details that make some researchers wonder if it was more than a tomb. Its internal shafts align with specific stars, its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio, and its position on Earth corresponds with the geographical center of the landmasses. Some alternative researchers suggest it may have been a power plant of sorts, harnessing natural energies of the Earth. Could this be a surviving fragment of pre-flood science, knowledge passed down by survivors who remembered the technologies of their ancestors? Then there are the antiquated machines discovered in unlikely places. The Antikythera mechanism, pulled from a Greek shipwreck, is a complex device of gears and dials capable of predicting astronomical events with astounding accuracy. It dates back over 2,000 years, but nothing like it appears again until the development of modern clocks in the Middle Ages. If such technology existed in Greece, could it be a faint echo of something even older, carried forward from a lost civilization? Legends also speak of forgotten sources of power. In Mesopotamian texts, there are references to the me, sacred objects of divine technology. In the Hindu epics, the Vimanas are flying craft said to be powered by Mercury and capable of traversing the skies with deadly weapons. The descriptions are so detailed they almost read like engineering manuals rather than myths. Are these simply symbolic tales, or memories of actual machines from the First Age? Even stranger are the anomalous artifacts that should not exist at all. In various parts of the world, miners and archaeologists have uncovered objects embedded in rock layers that predate human civilization. Metallic spheres with perfect grooves found in South Africa, mysterious ancient batteries discovered in Baghdad, and even reports of carved stone and tools sealed within coal deposits. If authentic, these discoveries point to a technological presence far older than any recorded civilization. Another piece of the puzzle lies in ancient knowledge of the stars. The Sumerians recorded the movements of celestial bodies with extraordinary accuracy, even those not visible to the naked eye. The builders of Stonehenge and other megalithic sites aligned their monuments with solar and lunar cycles to a precision that suggests advanced astronomical understanding. The Dogon tribe of Mali possessed detailed knowledge of Sirius B, a star invisible without telescopes, long before modern astronomy confirmed its existence. Could all this knowledge be the residue of a lost science, handed down through oral tradition from survivors of the pre-flood age? Mainstream archaeology dismisses these anomalies as coincidence, misinterpretation, or overestimation of ancient skills. But the pattern is difficult to ignore. Everywhere we look, ancient people seem to know too much, build too precisely, and leave behind objects and stories that defy their supposed capabilities. If they were indeed heirs to a pre-flood civilization, then their mystical powers were nothing more than science and technology, sciences we have not yet rediscovered. Some researchers suggest that the key may lie in energy. The ancients may have understood natural forces, electromagnetism, resonance, and geologic power, in ways that we are only beginning to grasp. The positioning of pyramids, obelisks, and stone circles often coincides with energy-rich zones of the Earth. Was this knowledge of the Earth's power their technology? Were these monuments not just temples but machines, designed to stabilize, harness, or perhaps even weaponize natural forces? If this is true, it could explain why so much of it was lost. After the flood, when civilizations collapsed, only fragments of knowledge survived, enough to inspire myths and legends but not enough to rebuild the machines. Survivors spoke of gods, flying chariots, and lost cities because they no longer had the tools to replicate them. Over time, memory blurred into myth. But within those myths may lie blueprints of the lost sciences of the First Age. What would happen if we rediscovered this technology today? Imagine unlocking the ability to move massive stones effortlessly, to generate clean energy directly from the Earth, or to travel across the globe without fossil fuels. Imagine if the ancients had mastered flight or even space travel long before us. The implications are staggering. Humanity would not be the pinnacle of progress but rather the second, or third, attempt at global civilization. The forbidden technology of the ancients is not only a window into the past, it may also be a warning for the future. If they reached great heights before the flood, why did they fall? Did their technology contribute to their destruction, perhaps by destabilizing the planet's balance or unleashing forces they could not control? If so, then rediscovering their secrets could be both our salvation and our doom. As we piece together the puzzle, the evidence grows stronger. The world before the flood was not a simple world of hunters and gatherers. It was a world of builders, engineers, and scientists, masters of technologies that we are only beginning to imagine. And if their knowledge was drowned beneath the waves, then perhaps it is still there, waiting for us to uncover it, just as we have uncovered their cities and their stories. The question that now lingers is chilling. What else did they leave behind? And could it still be hidden, deep in the earth or beneath the sea, waiting for us to stumble upon it? If a global flood destroyed the cities and technologies of the First Age, then what became of their knowledge? Did every secret vanish into the depths, leaving humanity to crawl back into ignorance? Or did fragments survive, hidden away in libraries, sealed in vaults, guarded by secret societies, and disguised as myth until the right moment of rediscovery? The idea of hidden libraries has haunted explorers and scholars for centuries. From ancient Egypt to the Americas, from deserts to mountaintops, legends speak of caches of wisdom deliberately concealed to outlast the great cataclysm. The most famous of these is the legendary Library of Alexandria. Though built long after the supposed flood, it was said to contain scrolls from across the known world, knowledge passed down from earlier ages, even from Atlantis itself. Ancient historians claimed that its collection included texts on advanced mathematics, astronomy, and machines. But the library burned, and the greatest archive of ancient thought was lost forever, or so we are told. Could it be that some of its contents were copies of pre-flood records, painstakingly preserved by survivors? If so, the flames erased not just Egypt's treasures, but humanity's oldest memory. Even before Alexandria, there was Hermopolis and the so-called House of Thoth, said to be a secret chamber of knowledge hidden beneath Egyptian temples. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was often depicted as the keeper of divine records. Later, the Greeks equated him with Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary figure credited with writing the Emerald Tablets, mystical inscriptions that speak of hidden truths and the rise and fall of civilizations. Were these tablets fragments of a much older, pre-flood science encoded in symbolism to survive through myth? But Egypt is not the only land with whispers of hidden records. In the Andes, there are tales of the Cueva de los Teos in Ecuador. This vast cave system, explored in the 20th century, allegedly contained golden books, metal plates etched with symbols, stored on shelves within secret chambers. Locals claimed it was the library of the ancients, preserving knowledge from before the Great Destruction. Though expeditions uncovered strange artifacts, the supposed golden library has never been publicly revealed. Was it hidden again, or taken away before the truth could spread? In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the Sumerians told stories of the tablets of destinies, cosmic records said to contain the laws of the universe. These were not merely mythological objects but described as physical items, stones or tablets upon which divine knowledge was inscribed. Some scholars believe these stories recall real attempts to safeguard information, perhaps records encoded in durable forms that could survive a deluge. Could fragments of such tablets still lie buried beneath the sands of Iraq, untouched for millennia? The Mayan codices offer another puzzle. Out of what may have been thousands of ancient books, only a handful survive. Most were destroyed by Spanish conquistadors, who saw them as pagan heresy. Yet the surviving codices reveal complex calendars, astronomical data, and records of cycles that stretch back thousands of years. The Mayan obsession with time and cataclysm suggests they were preserving memories of something older, perhaps warnings from a pre-flood world about cosmic disasters and planetary alignments. Some even speculate that entire libraries remain hidden in plain sight, protected by secretive groups. The Vatican, for example, possesses an immense archive stretching back thousands of years. While much of it concerns church history, many researchers believe it also holds forbidden texts, scrolls, maps, and manuscripts too disruptive to release. Could some of these be pre-flood records, handed down through secret channels, safeguarded by those who understood their power? In Tibet and India, there are rumors of hidden scrolls stored in mountain monasteries, sealed in caves and protected by guardians. Buddhist legends speak of the terma, treasures of wisdom deliberately hidden for future generations to find. Some of these texts describe ancient cycles of destruction and renewal, eerily similar to flood myths across the globe. Are these simply spiritual allegories, or coded messages left by survivors of a lost age? Even the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the caves of Qumran, provide tantalizing clues. While most are religious writings, some hint at secret knowledge, hidden away during a time of turmoil to preserve it for the future. The very act of sealing scrolls in caves is consistent with the ancient pattern. When disaster looms, hide what must not be forgotten. What is most striking is how consistent the theme is. In every culture, we find tales of knowledge being stored, guarded, or buried until humanity was ready to rediscover it. Why? Because the survivors of the flood may have known their descendants would face dark ages of ignorance. They may have hidden their wisdom so that, one day, we could rise again and avoid the mistakes that doomed them. But here lies the unsettling question. If such hidden libraries exist, why have they not been revealed? Some suggest they have been found but kept secret, suppressed by powers that fear what this knowledge could unleash. Imagine discovering a manual of ancient energy systems, or blueprints for machines capable of tapping into unlimited power. Such knowledge could transform civilization, or destabilize it entirely. Perhaps those who guard the hidden libraries believe humanity is not ready. Others argue that the libraries have not yet been found, lying in forgotten chambers beneath the sands of Egypt, the jungles of South America, or the depths of the Himalayas. If so, then we may be on the brink of the greatest discovery in human history. The existence of hidden libraries changes everything. It suggests that history was not lost, It was deliberately hidden. That somewhere, in golden plates, stone tablets, or scrolls sealed in clay jars, lies the memory of the First Age. And if those records are ever revealed, they will not only rewrite our past, they may shape our future. The flood erased cities and drowned continents. But knowledge can be harder to destroy. The hidden libraries are humanity's secret inheritance, waiting to be claimed. The question is, who will find them first, and what will happen when they do? When civilizations collapse, knowledge is not the only thing that risks being lost. Bloodlines, families of rulers, priests, and guardians of ancient wisdom, often carry memory and power across ages. In nearly every tradition, there are whispers of special lineages said to have survived the Great Flood, carrying with them fragments of forbidden knowledge and a divine right to rule. These bloodlines may be the living legacy of the First Age, quietly guiding history long after the waters receded. The Sumerian King List is one of the most enigmatic documents of antiquity. It records kingship stretching back tens of thousands of years, long before the supposed dawn of civilization. According to the text, before the flood, kings reigned for impossibly long lifespans, some lasting over 20,000 years. After the flood, lifespans diminished dramatically, but kingship descended from heaven once again. What are we to make of this? Were these long-lived rulers symbolic, or do they hint at a bloodline of beings, human or otherwise, who ruled in the age before the deluge? The Bible offers a parallel in the genealogy of Noah. He was not only a righteous man but also a chosen survivor, carrying humanity's seed into the post-flood world. His sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, became the patriarchs of new nations, each carrying fragments of memory and tradition. Later dynasties, especially those claiming divine ancestry, often trace their lineage back to Noah, positioning themselves as heirs of the survivors. If the flood was real, then Noah's bloodline would represent a living link to the First Age. In Egypt, the pharaohs claimed descent from the gods themselves. Ancient king lists begin not with humans but with divine rulers, known as the Neteru, who reigned for millennia before the time of men. After them came the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus, semi-divine beings said to have ruled before dynastic Egypt. Could the Shemsu-Hor have been the remnants of a pre-flood elite, transplanting their knowledge into the Nile Valley to rebuild after catastrophe? The Inca told similar stories. Their emperors claimed descent from the sun god, Inti, and legends speak of Viracocha, a bearded godlike figure who appeared after a great flood to teach humanity laws, agriculture, and building techniques. The first Inca rulers traced their bloodline back to this figure, as though they were heirs to survivors of an earlier, greater age. Strikingly, this motif repeats across cultures. The ruling class is never ordinary but always descended from divine or semi-divine beings connected to the flood. Even in Europe, echoes of this idea appear. Medieval chroniclers recorded the myth of the Fisher Kings, a mysterious bloodline tasked with guarding the Holy Grail, a symbol not only of divine power but perhaps of lost pre-flood knowledge. Some traditions claim that these bloodlines eventually became entangled with the legends of the Merovingian dynasty, a royal line in France whose origins were shrouded in myth and whispers of otherworldly ancestry. But what if these weren't just myths? What if the survivors of the First Age deliberately engineered bloodlines, ensuring that their descendants would hold both authority and memory? In such a scenario, kingship was not simply political. It was the conscious preservation of a lineage designed to outlast catastrophe. Each new dynasty would inherit not only the throne but also fragments of ancient wisdom, star law, architecture, the art of governance, and perhaps even forbidden sciences. Modern researchers have noted a peculiar fact. Many ruling houses across history insist on their genealogy with obsessive detail. Pharaohs inscribed their lineage on temple walls. Medieval kings preserved dynastic charts. Asian emperors recorded their ancestry for centuries. Why this fixation? Perhaps because bloodline was more than a symbol of legitimacy. It was a thread tying them back to an earlier, greater age. To rule was not just to govern. It was to embody the legacy of those who survived the flood. Some theories go even further. Certain esoteric traditions claim that pre-flood bloodlines were not entirely human. The Book of Genesis describes the Nephilim, giants born from the union of the sons of God and human women. These beings, said to possess great strength and knowledge, are often associated with the world before the flood. Though the deluge supposedly wiped them out, some traditions suggest their bloodlines continued, diluted but persistent, within the ruling houses of later civilizations. Could it be that royal claims of divine ancestry were literal, pointing to an ancient intermingling between humanity and a higher, or stranger, species? The Knights Templar, the Rosicrucians, and later secret societies were rumored to guard knowledge of these bloodlines. They believed that history was not random but guided by hidden hands, families that preserved the flame of the First Age. Even today, conspiracy theories swirl around elite families and secret dynasties, suggesting that the powerful trace their origins not merely to medieval nobility but to survivors of a cataclysm far older. If there is truth in this, then history itself has been shaped by those who carried ancient blood. Wars of succession, struggles for royal legitimacy, and the obsessive intermarriage of dynasties may all mask a deeper goal: the preservation of the remnants of the pre-flood elite. Their secrets may not have been written in scrolls but in genes, carried forward through generations. But here lies the haunting question: if such bloodlines exist, what do they remember? Do they hold keys to technologies, rituals, or knowledge lost to the rest of humanity? Are they guardians, waiting for the right moment to reveal the truth? Or are they gatekeepers, hoarding the legacy of the First Age for themselves? The bloodlines of the survivors remind us that history is not only written in stone and text, but also in flesh and blood. The rulers who stood upon the ruins of the flood may have been chosen not merely for strength or piety, but because they bore within them the living memory of a vanished world. And through them, the shadow of the First Age still stretches into our own time. If we dare to trace those lineages, we may find that the flood did not erase everything. It left behind living vessels, families whose power, mystery, and secrecy may all stem from a single truth: that they are the heirs of the world before the waters came. When we turn to the myths of the gods, a question emerges that shakes the very foundation of history. Were these deities truly supernatural beings, or were they the survivors of a forgotten age remembered as gods by later generations? Across cultures and continents, myths describe powerful beings who arrived after the flood, or in some cases, before it, bearing wisdom, technology, and laws. They were said to have lived among humans, taught them agriculture, astronomy, and architecture, only to vanish again into the mists of legend. Take the Greek gods, for instance. The Olympians ruled from the heights of Mount Olympus, but their mythology describes a cosmic succession: an older generation of gods, the Titans, overthrown by the Olympians in a cataclysmic war. Some scholars see in this a mythologized memory of a destroyed civilization replaced by a younger one. What if the Titans were the rulers of the pre-flood age, and the Olympians their successors, survivors who rebuilt a new order on the ruins of the old? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians told stories of the Anunnaki, mighty beings who descended from the heavens to shape mankind. They were described as lawgivers, builders, and bringers of knowledge. In some accounts, they even established the kingship that would last into historical times. Mainstream scholars interpret these as mythic archetypes, but could the Anunnaki instead represent the pre-flood elite, survivors whose technological power was so advanced that early humans mistook it for godhood? The Egyptian gods also fit the pattern. The Neteru were not only divine symbols but rulers who governed in a chronological order, with reign spanning thousands of years. After them came the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus, who bridged the gap between gods and human kings. This sequence mirrors the flood myths: divine rulers of the First Age, catastrophe, and then semi-divine beings helping humanity rebuild. If these were not literal gods but beings of flesh and blood, their extraordinary powers may have been misunderstood technologies or abilities carried from the lost world. The Hindu Vedas and epics provide perhaps the most striking testimony. They describe gods wielding flying craft, the Vimanas, capable of traversing the skies and even engaging in aerial battles with devastating weapons. These stories include details that sound eerily technological: descriptions of propulsion systems, instructions for creating powerful energy sources, and accounts of weapons that resemble modern nuclear blasts. Were these gods truly deities, or were they survivors of a pre-flood civilization who preserved their knowledge in the form of myth? In the Americas, too, we find similar echoes. The Aztecs spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, who brought knowledge of calendars, agriculture, and civilization before departing across the sea. The Maya had Kukulkan, nearly identical in description. The Incas revered Viracocha, a bearded godlike figure who appeared after a great flood to teach humanity the arts of building and governance. Could these have been actual survivors, teachers who emerged from the ruins of the First Age to rebuild, remembered as gods because of their advanced knowledge? Even in Africa, the Dogon tribe tells of beings called the Nomo, who came from the sky bringing wisdom, particularly about the star system Sirius. Their stories include accurate astronomical knowledge of Sirius B, a star invisible without telescopes. How could a tribal culture know such details unless it had been taught, or inherited? them from a civilization with advanced science. If the Nommo were not extraterrestrials, as some theorists suggest, perhaps they were survivors of a lost human civilization whose knowledge of the heavens was later mythologized. One of the most intriguing consistencies across these myths is the theme of civilization bringers. After catastrophe, a figure or group emerges, bearing laws, science, or tools, raising humanity out of savagery. These gods or demigods are not distant, abstract beings but teachers, rulers, and architects. They walk among men, then vanish, leaving behind temples, stories, and bloodlines. This is exactly what we would expect if survivors of the pre-flood age carried fragments of their culture into the post-flood world, only to be remembered later as gods. Some ancient texts even acknowledge this directly. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after the flood, the hero meets Utnapishtim, the immortal survivor of the deluge, who possesses forbidden knowledge. In the Bible, the patriarchs who lived after the flood were often described with extraordinary lifespans and wisdom, as though they retained something of the pre-flood condition. These echoes suggest that the line between gods and humans may have been thinner than we think, perhaps not gods at all, but a remnant elite of extraordinary capability. Skeptics argue that myths are simply stories, poetic ways of explaining natural forces. Yet when the same pattern appears across civilizations oceans apart, the coincidence grows harder to accept. The gods were not abstract sun or sky deities. They were rulers, teachers, and builders with strangely consistent attributes. They often arrived after floods or cataclysms. They always brought knowledge. And they always left behind legacies too advanced for their time. If we dare to entertain the possibility that these gods were survivors of the First Age, then their myths become history in disguise. Their powers were not miracles but misunderstood sciences. Their temples were not shrines but remnants of pre-flood technology. Their wars were not allegories but memories of real conflicts between survivors competing to shape the new world. This reinterpretation carries unsettling implications. If the gods were survivors, then humanity's entire concept of divinity may be based on a memory of the First Age elite. Our religions, myths, and sacred traditions may all trace back to flesh and blood beings who walked the earth before the flood and left their fingerprints on every culture. And perhaps, just perhaps, they are not all gone. Some traditions insist that the gods promise to return. Could this mean that somewhere, their bloodlines and knowledge still endure, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge? If so, the gods may not be distant beings in heaven but the hidden survivors of a civilization older and more advanced than we dare admit. The myths of the gods are not simply stories. They may be the distorted echoes of survivors, beings who endured the flood, carried fragments of the First Age into the New World, and were remembered as divine because they seemed greater than ordinary men. And if they were real, then humanity's history is not the story of slow progress, but the story of rebuilding after catastrophe, guided by teachers who once ruled as gods. After the flood, survivors spread across the earth, carrying fragments of memory and shards of ancient knowledge. But scattered remnants were not enough. They wanted to rebuild what had been lost. Myths from across the world describe humanity's attempt to recreate the glory of the First Age. Perhaps the most famous of these stories is the Tower of Babel, a tale not only of arrogance, but of a deliberate attempt to reconnect with the powers of the pre-flood world, an effort that was violently suppressed. The book of Genesis tells us that all people once spoke a single language and dwelt together in the land of Shinar. There, they resolved to build a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, to make a name for themselves and prevent being scattered. But God intervened, confusing their language and scattering them across the earth. At first glance, this seems like a simple parable about pride. But what if it hides a deeper truth? What if the Tower of Babel was more than just a building? It was humanity's attempt to reclaim forbidden knowledge from the First Age. Consider the details. The tower was not described as a temple but as a technology of ascent, a structure designed to reach into the heavens. Was it a ziggurat? A machine? Or a symbolic representation of an attempt to re-establish lost connections? Perhaps with the stars, perhaps with the gods themselves? If the pre-flood civilizations had possessed advanced sciences, then the tower may have been the first organized attempt to rebuild them. The act of reaching heaven may have meant reconnecting with cosmic forces or rebuilding technologies that once allowed humanity to soar. This interpretation grows stronger when we compare it to other traditions. In Mesopotamian myth, there is the story of Enmerkar and the Lord of Arada, which describes a time when humanity spoke one language. In the tale, Enmerkar attempts to construct a grand temple with divine backing. But confusion arises, and language is scattered. The parallels are uncanny. suggesting the story of Babel may not be uniquely Hebrew but part of a larger Near Eastern memory of suppressed knowledge. Even more intriguing is the possibility that the Tower of Babel represented not mere pride but rebellion against control. If the survivors of the flood included both human and semi-divine beings, then the fragmentation of languages may not have been an act of divine punishment, but the deliberate action of a ruling elite determined to prevent humanity from uniting again. Divided by language, culture, and distance, humans could never again coordinate to reach the heights of the First Age. Was Babel destroyed not by a wrathful God but by the very custodians of ancient knowledge who feared humanity reclaiming too much too soon? This theme of knowledge suppressed appears again and again. In many myths, gods punish humans for seeking divine power. In the Greek story of Prometheus, fire, symbolizing technology, was stolen from the gods and given to mankind, only for Prometheus to be punished eternally. In the biblical account, Adam and Eve are cast out of Eden for eating the fruit of knowledge. Again, the message is clear: access to forbidden knowledge leads to disaster, and higher powers intervene to keep humanity limited. Could the Tower of Babel have been yet another echo of this cosmic pattern, an attempt by survivors to rebuild that was intentionally sabotaged? Archaeologically, we know that the ancient city of Babylon was home to massive ziggurats, towering structures designed not only as temples but also as cosmic symbols, stairways between heaven and earth. The most famous, the Etemenanke, was said to be nearly 300 feet tall. To ancient people, these were not simply religious monuments but instruments of connection with the divine. If Babel was one such ziggurat, or something far greater, then its destruction may have been the loss of a bridge to the stars. There is another layer to consider: the scattering of languages. Language is the foundation of knowledge. A united tongue allows communication, collaboration, and the preservation of ideas. By fracturing language, the builders of Babel lost not only their unity but their ability to share and preserve complex knowledge. It was as if humanity had been reset, deliberately slowed in its progress to prevent another rapid rise. Could this be why civilizations after the flood took thousands of years to re-establish the sciences, mathematics, and architecture that once existed? Some researchers even propose that the Tower of Babel represents an ancient attempt at space travel, a bold claim, yet one that aligns with myths of ascent. The desire to reach the heavens may not have been purely spiritual. If the First Age possessed aerial craft, as the Vimanas and other legends suggest, then the tower may have been symbolic of an attempt to rebuild a launch platform, a beacon, or even a transmitter to reconnect with beings beyond Earth. If so, then the destruction of Babel was not punishment, it was containment. What makes this even more provocative is how the Babel story connects with broader patterns of forbidden archaeology. Time and again, we find traces of knowledge that appear suddenly, as if dropped into civilizations by outsiders. Writing in Sumer, pyramids in Egypt, calendars in Mesoamerica, all emerge abruptly, with no slow evolution. Could this suddenness be the result of fragmented knowledge leaking out after Babel, as survivors passed on what they could in pieces rather than in unity? The Tower of Babel may thus represent a turning point in human history. Before it, there was unity, memory, and an effort to rebuild. After it, there was division, confusion, and the slow crawl of progress. Humanity was scattered, not only physically but intellectually, kept from ever again achieving the cohesive brilliance of the First Age. The legacy of Babel remains with us today. Languages still divide us. Nations still struggle to unite. Knowledge still remains compartmentalized, guarded by institutions, governments, and secret societies. The dream of Babel, of one humanity reaching together for the heavens, remains unfinished. Perhaps it is not only a myth of the past but a prophecy of the future, that one day, humanity will attempt again to rebuild the tower, not of brick and mortar, but of science and global unity. And when that day comes, will the guardians of forbidden knowledge stop us once more? The story of Babel, then, is not simply about pride or divine wrath. It is the story of humanity's first great rebellion after the flood, a rebellion to reclaim the power of the First Age. And its destruction is a chilling reminder that there are forces, ancient and enduring, determined to keep that knowledge hidden. Among the most controversial and haunting traditions of the ancient world are the accounts of giants, towering beings of immense strength, often described as both human and divine. They appear in myths from nearly every continent, and their presence is most vividly captured in the biblical tradition of the Nephilim. Who were these giants? Were they allegories of chaos and brutality, or actual remnants of a hybrid race that walked the earth before and even after the flood? The book of Genesis tells us that in the days before the flood, the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and their union produced mighty offspring, giants, men of renown. These Nephilim were said to be great warriors, violent and corrupt, whose presence contributed to the wickedness that led to the flood itself. Mainstream theology often dismisses this as symbolic, but the sheer consistency of giant myths across cultures raises a provocative question. What if these stories preserve a literal memory of beings who actually existed? The apocryphal Book of Enoch expands on this tale, describing how divine beings called the Watchers descended to earth, took human wives, and bore monstrous children, giants so enormous that they devoured the resources of the world, even turning to cannibalism. These Nephilim, according to Enoch, taught humanity forbidden knowledge, metallurgy, sorcery, and the arts of war. Their corruption was so great that the flood became necessary to wipe them out. Yet even in this text, there is an unsettling hint. Some of their bloodlines may have survived. When we turn to other traditions, the pattern repeats. In Mesopotamia, myths speak of giant kings, figures of immense size and strength, some of whom were associated with the antediluvian era. In Greek mythology, the Gigantes fought against the Olympian gods in a cosmic battle. In Norse legends, the Jotnar, the giants, existed before and alongside the gods, representing a primordial race. The consistency is chilling. Before the ordered world, there were giants, hybrids, beings of chaos whose presence shaped the destiny of mankind. Even more compelling are the accounts from the Americas. The Paiute of Nevada tells stories of the Saiti Ka, a race of red-haired giants who were eventually driven into a cave and destroyed by fire. In Mexico, the Aztecs spoke of the Quinametsan, giants who inhabited the world in previous ages, building the pyramids before the current race of humans. The Inca told of Viracocha's creation of giants who became disobedient, prompting their destruction. How could cultures separated by oceans and centuries all tell of the same kind of beings, giants tied to the earliest ages of the world? Archaeology has provided tantalizing, though disputed, clues. Reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries describe the discovery of enormous skeletons, bones far larger than those of normal humans, found in burial mounds across North America, in Sardinia, and even in the deserts of the Middle East. While mainstream institutions often dismiss these finds as exaggerations or errors, the sheer volume of reports suggests that something has been systematically covered up. Could the giants of myth have left behind physical remains, inconvenient to the official timeline of human history? If the Nephilim and giants were real, then their existence raises disturbing questions about humanity's origins. Were these beings the result of genetic manipulation, an experiment by divine or advanced beings who mingled their bloodline with ours? If so, the giants may represent the first hybrids, a blending of human and non-human that produced both power and corruption. The violence, the hunger, the forbidden knowledge, all point to a race that was unstable, dangerous, and ultimately doomed. But did they truly perish in the flood? The Bible itself hints otherwise. In the book of Numbers, when the Israelite spies enter Canaan, they report seeing the descendants of Anak, giants who made them feel like grasshoppers in comparison. Goliath, the Philistine warrior slain by David, is described as over 9 feet tall. Deuteronomy mentions Og, the king of Bashan, whose bed was 13 feet long. These are not allegories. They are treated as historical figures within the text. How could giants exist after the flood if their race had been wiped away? Unless, of course, fragments of their bloodline survived. This possibility suggests a continuity between the first age and the post-flood world. The Nephilim may not have vanished entirely. Their remnants could have lived on in isolated tribes, in bloodlines intermingled with humanity, or even in hidden places beneath the earth. This continuity may explain why so many ancient monuments are attributed to giants: the great stones of Baalbek, the Cyclopean walls of Peru, the dolmens of Europe. These structures seem beyond the capacity of ordinary ancient humans. Could they have been the handiwork of giants, or of humans working under their direction? Even stranger are the traditions of giants sleeping beneath the earth, waiting to rise again. In the Middle East, stories speak of beings imprisoned in hidden chambers until the end of days. The Book of Enoch describes the fallen watchers bound in caverns beneath the mountains. In Norse mythology, the Jotnar lie dormant, destined to awaken at Ragnarok. Perhaps these are not just mythic metaphors but memories of an ancient race that was suppressed, destroyed, or hidden away, yet not entirely gone. The implications are staggering. If giants were real, then humanity has shared the earth with beings larger, stronger, and perhaps more intelligent than ourselves. Their bloodlines may still echo in human genetics, surfacing in rare anomalies or in families with extraordinary height and strength. Their knowledge, too, may not be entirely lost. hidden in esoteric traditions, secret societies, or forbidden texts. The shadow of the Nephilim may still linger in the background of human history. Why, then, is the story of the giants so forcefully suppressed? Perhaps because it threatens the official narrative of human origins. If hybrids once existed, creatures born of unions between humans and divine beings, then the neat categories of science and religion collapse. Evolution and creation alike are shaken. Humanity becomes not a singular story but a tapestry woven with threads of another race, a race erased from history yet remembered in myth. The Nephilim and giants were more than monsters of legend. They may have been the flesh and blood remnants of the First Age, survivors of a genetic experiment that left scars on the human story. Some were destroyed in the flood. Some may have lingered after. And their legacy remains one of the most disturbing mysteries of prehistory, a reminder that the line between man and God, human and other, was once blurred in ways we can scarcely imagine. Across the globe, there have been countless reports of giant skeletons, bones far larger than those of ordinary humans, surfacing in fields, burial mounds, and caves. While mainstream archaeology often dismisses these claims as myth, misidentification, or hoaxes, the sheer number and consistency of reports raise serious questions. If giants were real, as suggested by the Nephilim stories, then the discovery of their remains should be expected. Yet time and again, these discoveries are said to vanish, suppressed, or ignored. Could there be a deliberate effort to bury the evidence of giants? In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers across the United States reported astonishing finds. Workers digging mounds in Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee reportedly unearthed skeletons measuring over 8 to 12 feet tall, often with double rows of teeth or unusually large skulls. One account describes a skeleton over 10 feet long, buried in a stone coffin with artifacts of advanced craftsmanship. These reports, often documented by reputable journalists of the era, were met with skepticism by the academic establishment, which dismissed them as exaggerations. Yet the original newspapers preserve these accounts, and in some cases, photographs survive. Similar reports appear worldwide. In Sardinia, ancient burial sites reportedly contained enormous skeletons, some over 3 meters in length, buried with ornate weapons and jewelry. In Peru, the Incas themselves told stories of giants whose bones could still be seen, a fact noted by Spanish chroniclers. Even in the Middle East, 19th century explorers reported skeletons of extraordinary size in the ruins of ancient cities, some aligned in burial patterns that suggested deliberate placement. These skeletal remains, if authentic, paint a picture of a world far stranger than standard archaeology admits. Perhaps most alarming are the stories of institutional suppression. In many cases, bones were reportedly sent to museums or universities, only to disappear from the public record. Some anthropologists who documented these finds faced pressure to retract their reports, while newspapers that published the discoveries were often accused of sensationalism. The pattern is striking: evidence of giant surfaces, only to vanish under official scrutiny. Could this reflect a broader agenda, to maintain a sanitized version of human history that excludes the First Age and its hybrid survivors? One infamous case comes from North Carolina in 1885. Workers excavating a mound near the Cape Fear River unearthed a skeleton over 7 feet tall, lying with a collection of stone implements. The bones were sent to a local museum, then inexplicably lost after attracting attention. Similar reports from Michigan, Illinois, and New Mexico tell the same story. Giant remains discovered, photographed, recorded, and then quietly removed from public access. Modern scholars rarely acknowledge these finds, preferring to classify them as folklore. The consistency of these accounts is difficult to ignore. Giants are reported on nearly every continent, in diverse cultures, and across millennia. From the Saiti-Ka of North America to the Quinametsan of Mexico, from biblical Nephilim to the legends of Europe, the presence of oversized humans is a recurring motif. Could the skeletal discoveries be physical proof of a race once widespread, now erased from history by natural disasters, warfare, or deliberate suppression? Interestingly, some of these discoveries seem to coincide with megalithic construction. The enormous stones of Baalbek, the Cyclopean walls of Peru, and the massive dolmens of Europe defy conventional explanations for human labor. Could giants, or humans working under their direction, have been responsible? The bones of giants, if genuine, would align with these structures, offering a tangible link between myth and archaeology. Yet the official record remains silent. Speculation abounds about why the evidence of giants is systematically hidden. Some suggest that acknowledging giants would append the timeline of human history. Standard evolutionary models cannot accommodate a race of beings far larger, older, and genetically anomalous coexisting with early humans. Their very existence challenges fundamental assumptions about humanity's past, calling into question accepted archaeology, anthropology, and even theology. Those in control of the narrative may fear the social, political, and religious upheaval that could follow such revelations. Others argue that giants were deliberately erased from history to protect powerful bloodlines. If certain families or elites carry Nephilim DNA, they may have ensured that proof of giants disappeared to prevent challenges to their claim of special heritage. By removing skeletal evidence from public scrutiny, these lineages could preserve the mythos of human exclusivity while quietly maintaining the legacy of the First Age. Despite this suppression, interest persists. Amateur archaeologists, private collectors, and independent researchers continue to uncover bones and artifacts suggesting giants once existed. Some of these finds are controversial, others inconclusive, but the pattern remains. Extraordinary claims persist, often in defiance of mainstream denial. Each discovery, whether officially documented or whispered about in local legend, serves as a reminder that humanity's history may be far richer and stranger than we are allowed to believe. The skeletal evidence also raises profound ethical and philosophical questions. If giants existed, then our understanding of human potential, biology, and evolution is incomplete. Were they stronger, more intelligent, or genetically different in ways we cannot measure today? Did they contribute knowledge, culture, and technology to early human civilizations? And if so, is humanity merely a continuation, or a shadow, of what came before? Finally, the story of forbidden skeletons challenges our relationship with authority and knowledge. Who decides what history is legitimate? How much evidence has been buried to maintain a comfortable narrative of human progress? The repeated disappearance of giant skeletons suggests a deliberate gatekeeping of history, a suppression that may stretch back centuries. It is a reminder that what we do not see, or are told cannot exist, can sometimes hold the keys to a far more astonishing past. The bones of giants, if they are real, are not simply curiosities. They are a direct link to the first age of civilization, to beings who may have walked the earth before the flood and left their mark in myth, monument, and memory. Their disappearance from the public record is itself a story of control, fear, and the rewriting of history. And for those willing to look beyond conventional narratives, these skeletal remnants offer tantalizing proof that the world of the Nephilim and the First Age may not be purely legend after all. When we consider the world before the flood, it is impossible to ignore the tantalizing possibility that ancient civilizations possess technologies far beyond what we assume. Tales of giants, gods, and survivors of a lost age are often accompanied by descriptions of machines, energy sources, and engineering feats that modern science struggles to explain. From megalithic construction to mysterious artifacts, the evidence suggests that humanity, or at least select groups, once commanded power and knowledge that vanished with the deluge. One of the most compelling examples lies in the construction of megaliths. Across the globe, enormous stones weighing hundreds, even thousands of tons, were cut, moved, and perfectly aligned without the apparent use of cranes, pulleys, or animals strong enough to lift them. Baalbek in Lebanon, with its legendary trilithon stones weighing over 1,200 tons, remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of all time. In Peru, the walls of Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo are composed of massive stones carved with incredible precision, fitted together so tightly that not even a knife blade can slide between them. Modern engineers marvel at the skill required, and many have speculated that machines or techniques far more advanced than simple human labor were used. Ancient texts also hint at the use of machines. In the Hindu epics, the Vimanas are flying craft described with astonishing detail. These texts reference propulsion systems, energy sources, and mechanisms for flight that suggest knowledge of aerodynamics and energy conversion millennia before modern physics. Could these accounts be allegorical, or are they encoded memories of actual pre-flood technologies? Some researchers believe that these machines could have harnessed natural energy sources, like magnetism or resonance, to achieve feats that today would require engines, fuel, and electronics. There is also evidence of lost energy sources. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq, is a ceramic vessel containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, thought to generate electrical current. While its true purpose remains debated, it demonstrates that ancient people may have understood electricity in some form. Could this have been a fragment of pre-flood knowledge, a technology that was far more widespread before the cataclysm? If so, other machines, possibly capable of energy generation, construction, or even transportation, might have existed but were destroyed or hidden during the flood. Stone spheres in Costa Rica, precise megalithic circles in Europe, and perfectly aligned pyramids around the world suggest a deep understanding of geometry, astronomy, and perhaps even gravitational or magnetic fields. Could these have been part of energy systems, devices to manipulate natural forces, or instruments for navigation? Many theorists argue that the ancients were not simply building monuments, they were constructing machines, subtle in design but powerful in effect, whose purpose is still misunderstood. The ancients also appear to have understood astronomy with unmatched precision. Sites like Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, and the astronomical alignments of Teotihuacan suggest knowledge of celestial mechanics far beyond what most historians credit to their builders. Tracking solstices, equinoxes, and stellar movements was not just ceremonial. It may have been functional, part of a system to harness cosmic energy, time agricultural cycles, or even power machines. Could the precision of these structures indicate that pre-flood civilizations were applying science in ways lost to us today? Then there is the mystery of lost metallurgy. Ancient artifacts, like Damascus steel, Egyptian iron without smelting, and the gold-plated relics of Peru, demonstrate techniques far ahead of their time. Some researchers propose that these materials were produced using technologies that have been forgotten or deliberately suppressed. If the first-age civilizations could manipulate metals in ways modern science cannot replicate, it suggests that their machines may have been equally advanced. Tools capable of lifting massive stones, drilling into rock, or generating energy with minimal resources. Even more provocative are legends of pre-flood energy devices capable of astonishing feats. In some Hindu texts, machines are described that fly without wings, burn without fuel, and produce light or heat in ways that defy natural explanation. In the Middle East, mystical texts speak of artifacts that could move objects, generate sound, or project force. If these accounts are based on reality, they point to a world where humanity, or at least a select elite, had harnessed energy in ways we cannot yet reproduce. Consider the implications. A world where humans or semi-divine beings could move enormous stones effortlessly, fly across continents, and manipulate natural forces would have been radically different from our modern understanding of history. Their knowledge, however, may have been lost due to the flood, wars, or deliberate suppression by later rulers who feared its power. The sudden disappearance of advanced technology, coupled with myths of gods and giants, suggests that humanity was deliberately reset, forced to relearn skills that were already mastered in the First Age. This also explains why so many ancient cultures have strikingly similar technologies and myths, despite vast distances and apparent isolation. Pyramids appear in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and even China. Megaliths appear in Europe, South America, and Asia. Legends of flying machines, advanced metallurgy, and energy harnessing exist in multiple civilizations. Were these coincidences, or the remnants of a shared pre-flood knowledge base, scattered and preserved in fragments until rediscovered by succeeding generations? The story of lost pre-flood technology is also a cautionary tale. If advanced machines existed once, and the knowledge was erased, it may have been because humans were not yet ready for such power. The flood may have been a reset, not only physically but technologically. Humanity was stripped of its tools, forced to start again, relying on rudimentary stone, bronze, and early iron tools until modern civilization could slowly rediscover fragments of what had once been known. The tantalizing evidence continues to appear. Artifacts like the Antikythera mechanism suggest complex mechanical computation. Ancient texts hint at energy sources, machines, and devices that seem far ahead of their time. Megalithic architecture defies conventional understanding of labor and tools. All of this points to a disturbing possibility. The world before the flood was a technological civilization that exceeded anything we have today, and its secrets remain hidden, buried, or suppressed. To imagine the First Age is to imagine a world where myths and science were intertwined, a civilization that walked the earth with knowledge that could lift mountains, harness energy, and perhaps even alter the natural world itself. Their machines, lost to history, may lie buried beneath the sands, submerged beneath oceans, or preserved in hidden texts. Rediscovering them would not only rewrite our understanding of history but challenge the very boundaries of what we consider possible. The evidence, fragmentary as it is, suggests a single, unavoidable truth. Humanity once wielded power and knowledge that rivaled the imagination of gods, and it was erased in a global cataclysm. What remains is legend, myth, and tantalizing glimpses of what once was, a technological age before the flood, waiting to be pieced together. One of the most tantalizing mysteries of the pre-flood world lies beneath the oceans. Countless myths speak of cities swallowed by the sea, remnants of civilizations lost to a cataclysm that reshaped the planet. Could Atlantis, or its less famous counterparts, be real? And if so, what secrets of the First Age do they still hold, waiting silently beneath miles of water, hidden from human eyes for millennia? Plato's account of Atlantis is the most famous of these submerged civilizations. Described as a technologically advanced society, Atlantis was said to exist 9,000 years before Solon, boasting towering cities, complex canals, and mastery over both land and sea. According to the dialogues, the Atlanteans sought to expand their empire and became morally corrupt, prompting a cataclysmic flood that submerged their entire civilization in a single day and night. For centuries, Atlantis was dismissed as allegory, but modern discoveries suggest that myths of sunken cities may have a factual basis. Off the coast of Japan, underwater ruins have been discovered near Yonaguni. Massive step terraces, pyramidal structures, and intricate stone formations suggest deliberate construction, not natural rock formations. Some researchers believe these ruins date back over 10,000 years, placing them squarely in the time frame of pre-flood civilizations. If these structures were indeed built by humans, or a human-like society, they represent not only astonishing engineering but also a glimpse into the sophistication of an era long erased by catastrophe. The Bahamas Bimini Road provides another intriguing case. A submerged road of massive stone blocks stretches for nearly a mile along the ocean floor. Geologists argue over its origins, with some claiming it is a natural formation. Yet the precision, alignment, and scale suggest human engineering. Could this be the remains of a first-age city, destroyed and submerged, waiting for oceanographers and explorers to uncover the truth? Even more compelling are reports from the Mediterranean and Black Seas. In 1996, marine geologist Robert Ballard discovered structures off the coast of Turkey submerged beneath the Black Sea, possibly dating back to 7,000 to 9,000 years ago. The site includes walls, buildings, and evidence of human settlement. If this is indeed a sunken city, it aligns eerily with flood myths that describe the drowning of entire communities. Could this have been part of a broader pre-flood network of civilizations that once spanned continents? In Central America, the legend of Aztlan, the mythical homeland of the Aztecs, is said to describe a sunken origin. Similarly, Mesoamerican myths speak of cities destroyed by floods, waters that swallowed temples, and gods who instructed survivors in rebuilding civilization. These stories, though often symbolic, are remarkably consistent with global flood narratives and suggest that sunken cities were part of human memory long before written history. Archaeological evidence under the oceans hints at something astonishing. These cities were not primitive settlements. Stone walls, perfectly aligned streets, canals, and terraces indicate advanced engineering knowledge, hydraulic systems, and urban planning that surpasses what most historians attribute to prehistory. It seems plausible that the first-age civilizations possessed technology and urban sophistication lost in the flood, leaving behind only fragments for later generations to rediscover. The mysteries do not end with the structures themselves. Some submerged sites contain artifacts that defy conventional explanation. Stone carvings depicting star charts, tools that appear far too advanced for their era, and even hints of metallurgy have been reported by underwater explorers. If authentic, these artifacts would suggest that pre-flood civilizations were capable of not only architectural feats but also astronomical observation, scientific experimentation, and technological development rivaling modern standards. The ocean's depths also obscure the truth in ways that terrestrial ruins cannot. Rising and falling sea levels over millennia may have submerged countless settlements, erasing records of human activity and knowledge. Tsunamis, tectonic shifts, and rising oceans could have engulfed entire cities in moments, preserving them like time capsules, yet hidden from casual discovery. For this reason, oceans may hold the largest library of lost pre-flood civilization, silently waiting for sonar scans, submersibles, and divers to reveal their secrets. Some theorists even speculate that sunken cities may have been deliberately preserved or hidden. If survivors of the First Age understood the flood was coming, or if powerful elites wanted to safeguard knowledge, they may have built underwater vaults or deliberately submerged structures to protect technology, records, or even human populations. Could the Atlantean myths describe not only a city destroyed but one intentionally preserved beneath the waves? The global consistency of flood myths lends further credibility. From the epics of Mesopotamia to the oral traditions of the Pacific Islands, from the Americas to Africa, stories of cities and lands swallowed by water are ubiquitous. While the locations differ, the narrative is remarkably similar. A catastrophic flood wipes out an advanced society, leaving survivors to spread across the globe. These shared motifs hint at a collective memory of a real, cataclysmic event, one that may have submerged entire civilizations and scattered the survivors, along with fragments of their knowledge. Even today, modern technology continues to unveil new possibilities. Sonar mapping, deep-sea submersibles, and satellite imagery reveal geometric patterns on ocean floors that were once dismissed as natural. As exploration progresses, the likelihood of discovering pre-flood cities increases. These ruins, if confirmed, would not only rewrite history but prove that human civilization, or its precursors, was far older and more advanced than textbooks admit. The sunken cities of the First Age serve as a chilling reminder of both human ambition and vulnerability. They are monuments to knowledge, architecture, and society erased by water, yet they also hint at survival, preservation, and secrets waiting to be rediscovered. For the explorers, historians, and adventurers who dare to look beneath the waves, these submerged cities are more than ruins. They are a gateway into the hidden world before the flood, a lost chapter of history whose revelations could change our understanding of humanity itself. The oceans, vast and silent, guard these secrets jealously. And while some may dismiss myths of Atlantis and other submerged civilizations as fantasy, the evidence continues to accumulate. Cities, structures, and artifacts that suggest an advanced pre-flood world was real, and it lies hidden beneath the waves, waiting for the right eyes to uncover it. The story of pre-flood civilizations cannot be separated from the catastrophic floods that reshaped the Earth. Across myths, oral traditions, and even geological evidence, the deluge appears as a defining event, a force that erased cities, altered coastlines, and reset humanity's progress. But what if these floods were not simply natural disasters? What if they were the reason the first age of civilization was lost, and why knowledge, technology, and giants vanished from history? Flood myths are virtually universal. From the biblical story of Noah to the Mesopotamian tale of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, from the Hindu accounts of Manu to the legends of the Americas and Polynesia, humanity has consistently remembered a global deluge. In each account, the flood is catastrophic, often described as divine punishment or cosmic realignment, but always leaving survivors to repopulate and rebuild. The universality of these myths suggests that they are rooted in real events experienced collectively by ancient peoples. Geological evidence supports the notion that massive floods occurred in prehistory. The Black Sea deluge theory, proposed by William Ryan and Walter Pittman, suggests that around 7,600 years ago, the Mediterranean breached a natural dam at the Bosporus, flooding the Black Sea basin and transforming it into a deep inland sea. This sudden rise of water would have engulfed countless settlements, perhaps creating the origin of flood myths in the region. Other evidence comes from sediment layers in the Persian Gulf, the Indian subcontinent, and the Sahara, pointing to sudden, massive inundations in the Holocene era. Could these be the remnants of the cataclysms remembered as the Great Flood? Some researchers point to evidence of even older floods, occurring 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. Melting glacier and sudden tectonic shifts could have unleashed torrents of water, reshaping coastlines, submerging fertile valleys, and erasing entire civilizations. If the First Age existed during this period, such floods could explain why evidence of their cities, technologies, and rulers is so scarce today. Entire networks of advanced settlements may have been swallowed by rising seas, leaving only myths, scattered artifacts, and massive megaliths behind. Catastrophic floods also provide context for the global memories of divine intervention. Survivors would have witnessed a world transformed in hours or days, a landscape previously familiar, now alien, drowned underwater. This kind of trauma could easily have been mythologized over generations, turning natural disaster into divine punishment in the collective memory. The flood was not merely a physical event, it became the lens through which subsequent generations interpreted morality, power, and the fragility of human achievement. The impact of such floods on civilization would have been profound. Entire cities, agricultural systems, and trade networks could vanish overnight, creating a technological and cultural reset. Populations would scatter, adapting to new environments and reconstructing knowledge in piecemeal ways. This may explain why advanced knowledge from the First Age, metallurgy, astronomy, urban planning, and possibly even machines, was lost, only to re-emerge later in isolated pockets, often interpreted as divine or mystical rather than human. Floods also help explain the geographical distribution of myths and megaliths. In areas like Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Egypt, where ancient civilizations rose near rivers and fertile floodplains, repeated inundations could have destroyed earlier societies, forcing survivors to rebuild in new locations. In coastal regions of the Americas, submerged structures and artifacts suggest similar patterns. The cyclical destruction and rebuilding may have been a hallmark of the post-flood world, shaping cultural memory, architecture, and social hierarchies. Interestingly, these catastrophic events may have altered human evolution and adaptation. Populations surviving in scattered refuges would have faced new selective pressures, scarcity of resources, extreme environments, and the need for social cohesion. This may account for rapid developments in agriculture, toolmaking, and governance after the floods, as humans struggled to preserve the fragments of pre-flood knowledge. In a sense, catastrophe became a crucible for human ingenuity, forcing survivors to innovate while attempting to recover lost wisdom. The psychological imprint of floods is equally significant. Water is a recurring symbol in myths, representing both destruction and rebirth. The deluge became a metaphor for moral cleansing, divine judgment, and the cyclical nature of life. Survivors may have remembered more than physical devastation. They may have carried with them stories of fallen cities, lost giants, divine beings, and forbidden knowledge. These memories, passed down orally, evolved into the rich mythologies we find in every corner of the globe. Even today, flood legends shape cultural memory. Annual festivals, rituals, and sacred narratives commemorate water as both a destructive and purifying force. From Mesopotamian flood tablets to Hindu rituals honoring Manu, from Pacific Islander tales of submerged islands to Native American flood myths, the consistency is striking. Across time and space, human beings have preserved the memory of catastrophe, encoding history in the language of myth. But beyond storytelling, catastrophic floods may have left tangible evidence waiting to be discovered. Submerged cities, terraces, canals, and artifacts are scattered across the ocean floors, riverbeds, and lakes of the world. Rising sea levels may have erased shorelines, but the remnants remain, offering clues to civilizations lost in water. By studying sediment layers, geomorphology, and underwater archaeology, we may finally uncover the material proof of the First Age, bridging myth and science in ways previously unimagined. Ultimately, floods were more than natural disasters. They were the great reset of human civilization. They erased cities, bloodlines, and technologies, scattered survivors, and embedded their memory into the mythic consciousness of all cultures. Understanding these events is crucial for reconstructing pre-flood history. If the First Age existed, its rise and fall cannot be separated from the waters that consumed it. Catastrophic floods are the key to understanding why humanity had to rebuild from scratch, why knowledge was lost, and why myths of gods, giants, and sunken cities persist across continents. In contemplating these floods, one is left with a sobering thought. The world we see today may be the aftermath of a much older, more advanced civilization. A civilization erased by water but never forgotten, its echoes preserved in myth, memory, and the geological record beneath our feet and seas. The floods are not just stories. They are the shadow of a past civilization that challenges everything we think we know about human history. Long before modern telescopes, satellites, and space agencies, ancient civilizations appear to have had extraordinary knowledge of the heavens. From precise alignments of monuments to intricate star charts, there is growing evidence that pre-flood societies track celestial movements with accuracy that challenges mainstream timelines of technological advancement. Could this knowledge have been inherited from the First Age, preserved in myth, architecture, and ritual, only to be partially lost after the cataclysm? Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the most studied monuments in history. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, a precision that would require advanced understanding of astronomy. The pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico, the stone circles of Nabta Playa in Egypt, and megalithic sites across Europe share similar alignments. These constructions suggest not casual observation but a systematic and scientific approach to tracking celestial events, possibly for calendrical, agricultural, or even ritual purposes. Ancient texts provide further evidence. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians developed detailed star catalogues, identifying planets and constellations with remarkable precision. They divided the sky into sections, tracking the movement of celestial bodies over decades, and even predicted eclipses. Such sophistication is hard to reconcile with the notion of primitive prehistory. If these records reflect the survival of first-age knowledge, they may hint at astronomical sciences far older than mainstream historians acknowledge. The Hindu Vedas also contain remarkably precise astronomical references, including descriptions of planetary positions, precession, and cosmic cycles spanning tens of thousands of years. The Rig Veda mentions nakshatras, lunar mansions used to track celestial progressions, with a level of detail that would require sustained observation over generations. Could this knowledge have originated before the flood, preserved orally and mathematically, then codified into texts after catastrophe? The Americas present similar enigmas. The Maya were able to calculate solar eclipses and track Venus with astonishing accuracy, developing a calendar system that modern scholars recognize as highly sophisticated. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial platforms were often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and significant stellar positions. The same patterns appear in North America, in structures like the Cahokia Woodhenge, where posts mark seasonal solar and lunar events. Across continents, humanity exhibits a shared astronomical consciousness that seems too advanced to have arisen independently in scattered post-flood cultures. Even the stars themselves appear embedded in mythology. Many flood-era myths link celestial events to human affairs, implying that early survivors observed the heavens closely. The Sumerians associated the planets with gods and rulers, while Egyptian cosmology mapped divine hierarchies onto constellations. This suggests that astronomy was not merely scientific but integral to governance, religion, and cultural memory, a tool to encode and transmit first-age knowledge across generations. One particularly intriguing possibility is that pre-flood civilizations were aware of cosmic cycles and catastrophic events. Certain Vedic texts describe cycles of destruction and renewal, aligning with geological and archaeological evidence of periodic floods, ice ages, and climate shifts. Could these texts encode warnings, observations, or calculations passed down from an era that directly experienced a global cataclysm? If so, the meticulous tracking of celestial bodies may have had practical purposes, predicting disasters, navigating oceans, or even controlling agriculture in a precarious post-flood world. Megalithic constructions themselves may have served as astronomical instruments. Stone alignments at sites like Stonehenge, Göbekli Circle in Germany, and the Nabta Playa complex in Egypt appear to function as observatories, marking the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. Could these monuments have been part of a global network of knowledge, allowing pre-flood civilizations to coordinate activity, track seasons, and preserve advanced astronomical science even as floodwaters destroyed their cities? The precision and universality of this knowledge suggest more than coincidence. Ancient civilizations seem to have shared a collective understanding of the cosmos, from star charts to the timing of eclipses and solstices, despite vast geographical distances. Could this have been inherited from the First Age, a civilization whose scientific mastery allowed them to observe the heavens systematically? If so, the flood may have scattered these civilizations, leaving fragments of astronomical knowledge encoded in myths, monuments, and rituals. Interestingly, some myths hint at technologies that complemented their astronomical expertise. Hindu and Sumerian texts describe flying machines, sky vessels, and instruments capable of mapping the stars from high above the earth. While often dismissed as allegory, these accounts suggest that pre-flood humans, or their demigod teachers, may have had access to mechanical devices that enhanced their observation and control of celestial phenomena. Such technology, lost to the flood, could explain how extremely precise knowledge was maintained across millennia. The implications are staggering. If pre-flood civilizations possessed such advanced astronomy, it would challenge the prevailing narrative of human development. Science, navigation, and calendar systems may have been far older than previously thought, shattered by cataclysm and remembered only in myth and architecture. The sky itself becomes a record of human memory, a vault preserving the wisdom of an era erased by floodwaters but never entirely forgotten. Ultimately, the study of ancient astronomy reveals a civilization that was observant, methodical, and deeply connected to the cosmos. Far from the primitive humans often portrayed in textbooks, these societies tracked planetary movements, aligned their monuments with celestial events, and encoded knowledge that survives in myths, ruins, and star charts. The First Age, it seems, was not only technologically advanced on Earth but also profoundly aware of the heavens, a civilization that sought to understand its place in the universe and left clues for those who would come after. In contemplating these celestial legacies, we confront a profound question. What else has been lost beneath the floodwaters of time? If the ancients were capable of this level of astronomical sophistication, what other sciences, technologies, and insights vanished alongside them? The stars may hold the answers, waiting for modern explorers, historians, and archaeologists to decode the hidden wisdom of a civilization that predates recorded history. Long before the flood, civilizations may have accumulated knowledge that rivaled, or even surpassed, modern understanding. This knowledge was preserved in texts, codices, and archives, some of which survived the cataclysm, while others were deliberately hidden or destroyed. Across the ancient world, stories of forbidden wisdom and secret libraries suggest that humanity once possessed access to truths about the cosmos, technology, medicine, and the very origins of life, knowledge that was later suppressed for reasons both practical and political. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians recorded vast libraries of clay tablets detailing mathematics, astronomy, rituals, and history. Among these were references to the Anunnaki, beings described as both divine and technologically advanced, who allegedly guided humanity during the First Age. Many of these tablets, preserved in fragmentary form, hint at advanced understanding of metallurgy, irrigation, and celestial cycles, knowledge that seems too precise to be purely mythological. Scholars have long debated whether these records contain allegory or literal instruction, but the consistency and sophistication of the data suggest the possibility of pre-flood origins. Egyptian texts, too, hint at forbidden knowledge. The Book of the Dead, the pyramid texts, and other hieroglyphic inscriptions contain detailed instructions for navigating both the afterlife and the cosmos, alongside mathematical and engineering knowledge. Some Egyptologists believe that the pyramids themselves encoded information about the stars, the earth, and possibly even advanced mechanics, preserving knowledge from civilizations lost to cataclysmic floods. Secret chambers and hidden passages in pyramids may have functioned as repositories for scrolls, artifacts, and teachings meant to survive disasters, preserving fragments of first-age wisdom for future generations. In the Americas, codices from the Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations provide further evidence. The Dresden Codex, for example, contains astronomical tables accurate enough to predict eclipses centuries in advance. These records suggest a continuity of knowledge that predates post-flood societies by millennia. Could these codices be the remnants of a global tradition of knowledge preservation, carried forward from pre-flood civilizations scattered across continents? The precision of these records challenges the assumption that advanced learning emerged independently in post-flood cultures. Some texts are even more mysterious. The Book of Enoch, part of the apocryphal tradition, contains accounts of the Watchers, divine beings who imparted forbidden knowledge to humanity. This included metallurgy, cosmetics, astrology, and the secrets of the heavens. Though often dismissed as myth, the text implies that some knowledge was deemed dangerous enough to be restricted, preserved only in secret writings or oral traditions. The idea of knowledge being forbidden suggests that survivors of the flood or ruling elites intentionally restricted access to prevent repetition of prior mistakes. In Asia, particularly in the Indian subcontinent, Vedic texts describe advanced mathematics, astronomy, and energy systems. The Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, and other scriptures contain detailed references to cosmic cycles, celestial bodies, and natural forces, sometimes using language that seems symbolic yet mathematically precise. Some scholars suggest these texts encode practical instructions for harnessing energy, engineering, or even flight. Could this be the remnants of first-age knowledge, preserved in sacred forms to protect it from destruction during cataclysmic floods? The notion of hidden libraries extends beyond individual texts. Legends speak of vast repositories of forbidden knowledge, concealed in mountains, deserts, and even beneath the oceans. The Egyptian city of Alexandria housed the famous Library of Alexandria, said to contain scrolls from every civilization known at the time. Some speculate that this library held records from pre-flood civilizations, including texts describing lost technologies, giants, and global floods. Its destruction may have erased a significant portion of humanity's direct link to the First Age, leaving only fragments encoded in myths and surviving manuscripts. In Europe, Celtic and Druidic traditions reference secret teachings preserved in oral form, and later in manuscripts kept by monasteries. These texts often describe the stars, the cycles of nature, and sacred knowledge intended only for initiates. Similarly, in Tibet and Central Asia, monasteries are said to have preserved ancient wisdom from vanished civilizations, including advanced meditation techniques, medicine, and cosmology. Across cultures, a pattern emerges. Knowledge deemed too powerful or dangerous was deliberately restricted, hidden, or encoded in ways that could survive cataclysm but remain inaccessible to the uninitiated. The suppression of forbidden knowledge is a recurring theme. From the Sumerians to the Egyptians, the Mayans to the Hindus, powerful elites appear to have controlled access to advanced learning. The reasons are multifaceted: moral, spiritual, and practical. Knowledge of celestial events, energy sources, and pre-flood technology could have been misused, leading to societal collapse or further catastrophes. By restricting access, Elites may have ensured that only select groups could wield this wisdom safely, perpetuating hierarchies and protecting humanity from itself. Despite the suppression, fragments of forbidden knowledge survived in myths, oral traditions, and scattered texts. Many codices, inscriptions, and tablets contain embedded instructions, allegorical stories, or precise calculations that hint at practical applications. Modern researchers, when decoding these texts, often discover insights into astronomy, engineering, and human biology that seem far ahead of the supposed historical timeline. The survival of such knowledge across millennia underscores the resilience of human memory, even in the face of floods, wars, and deliberate erasure. The very existence of forbidden texts challenges our understanding of history. If pre-flood civilizations truly existed and possessed advanced knowledge, then humanity's linear timeline, from primitive hunter-gatherers to post-flood civilizations, may be incomplete or misleading. The evidence of hidden libraries, codices, and oral traditions suggests a world where knowledge was both a tool and a weapon, carefully curated, partially lost, and encoded for survival. Ultimately, the story of forbidden knowledge is not merely about missing texts or lost libraries. It is about the enduring presence of the first age in human consciousness, a civilization that existed, thrived, and left a legacy intentionally obscured. Every surviving codex, tablet, or myth is a window into that world, offering glimpses of technology, wisdom, and understanding that modern humanity has only begun to rediscover. The hidden libraries of the ancient world are not just relics, they are keys to a forgotten past, whispering secrets of a time when humans walked alongside giants, harnessed advanced technologies, and observed the cosmos with knowledge we are only now starting to comprehend. Timekeeping has always been central to civilization, but the accuracy and sophistication of pre-flood calendars suggest that humanity, or those who guided it, possessed a far deeper understanding of cosmic cycles than commonly believed. Across cultures, monuments, codices, and astronomical alignments reveal a deliberate effort to track the passage of years, the movement of planets, and the rhythms of nature. Could this knowledge have originated in the First Age, preserved carefully by survivors who witnessed the cataclysmic floods that reshaped the world? One of the most striking examples is the Mayan calendar, which records cycles spanning thousands of years. The Mayans tracked solar years, lunar months, and even Venus's appearance with remarkable precision, allowing them to predict eclipses centuries in advance. The long count calendar, in particular, suggests an awareness of cosmic cycles extending far beyond the lifespan of any individual. Scholars often marvel at the Mayan sophistication, but some theorists propose that this knowledge could have roots in pre-flood civilizations, passed down and encoded in surviving codices and oral traditions. In Egypt, the civil calendar and lunar calendar were integral to agriculture, religion, and statecraft. The ancient Egyptians meticulously tracked the annual flooding of the Nile, using it to structure planting cycles and civic life. Temples and pyramids were aligned with the solstices, stars, and lunar phases, turning architecture into an instrument for precise timekeeping. Could these systems be echoes of a more ancient knowledge, preserved after the flood as a way to maintain continuity in society while recovering lost pre-flood wisdom? Stone monuments around the world provide additional evidence. Stonehenge in England, with its alignment to solstices, functioned as a calendar, tracking the sun's movements and marking seasonal transitions. Similar alignments appear in Nabta Playa in Egypt, Göbekli Circle in Germany, and the Karnak stones in France. These sites suggest that pre-flood societies had a global awareness of time and cycles, embedding astronomical and calendrical knowledge into their most enduring constructions. The precision implies sustained observation over generations, possibly reflecting a legacy of first-age science. Even the ancient Chinese tracked time with remarkable precision. Early astronomical records describe the movement of the moon, planets, and stars, forming the basis of calendars used for agriculture, ritual, and governance. The ability to predict eclipses, intercalate months, and align festivals with celestial events suggests not only careful observation but also advanced mathematical understanding. If this knowledge was inherited from pre-flood civilizations, it may explain how disparate societies developed such synchronized, sophisticated timekeeping systems independently. The use of pre-flood cycles may have been more than practical. It could have been symbolic. Many myths describe ages of humanity, periods dominated by giants, divine beings, or cataclysmic events. In Hindu cosmology, the Yugas, Satya, Treta, Dvapara, and Kali, track vast epochs spanning tens of thousands of years. Similar cycles appear in Mesopotamian, Greek, and Mesoamerican traditions, often linked to celestial observations. These chronological frameworks suggest that pre-flood civilizations were not merely marking seasons, they were tracking human history itself, creating a calendar of ages that connected the present to a forgotten past. The concept of long-term timekeeping implies a highly sophisticated culture, capable of maintaining knowledge across generations and preserving it through architecture, codices, and ritual. It also suggests that the First Age was aware of global events, including cataclysms like floods, and sought to encode them for posterity. The careful measurement of time may have been a survival strategy, ensuring that knowledge of cycles, seasons, and cosmic events was not lost, even in the face of disaster. Remarkably, some ancient calendars anticipate phenomena we have only recently confirmed. The alignment of pyramids with star systems, the prediction of lunar eclipses in Mayan codices, and the incorporation of solstice events into temples across continents suggest that pre-flood civilizations possessed an empirical understanding of astronomy and chronology. These observations may have been combined with ritual and mythology to ensure that the lessons of the First Age survived in symbolic and practical form. The interplay of myth and mathematics is particularly intriguing. By embedding astronomical cycles into stories of gods, giants, and floods, pre-flood societies may have created a memory system capable of surviving catastrophic events. Oral traditions, codices, and monuments acted as repositories, preserving knowledge for generations that followed, long after the floods reshaped the physical world. In this sense, calendars were not merely tools, they were instruments of cultural survival, linking humanity to a time before catastrophe. The global consistency of pre-flood timekeeping is remarkable. From the Mayans in the Americas to the Egyptians in Africa, from the Chinese along the Yellow River to the megalith builders in Europe, civilizations independently developed precise calendars and astronomical observation methods. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of a shared pre-flood legacy, a network of knowledge surviving cataclysm and encoded in human culture? The alignment, mathematical precision, and sheer sophistication of these systems strongly suggest the latter. Ultimately, the study of pre-flood calendars reveals a civilization deeply attuned to the cosmos, conscious of human epochs, and capable of preserving knowledge through disaster. By tracking the stars, monitoring cycles, and encoding these patterns into monuments, codices, and myths, pre-flood civilizations may have created a blueprint for humanity, a way to survive, adapt, and rebuild after the flood. These systems are not relics of superstition, they are evidence of a lost mastery over time itself, a glimpse of the First Age's wisdom, and a reminder that human history may be far older, deeper, and more interconnected than modern scholarship admits. The medical knowledge of pre-flood civilizations may have been as advanced and mysterious as their architecture, astronomy, and technology. Across myths, texts, and archaeological finds, there are indications that humans, or perhaps guided by the so-called divine teachers of the First Age, possessed insights into anatomy, physiology, herbal medicine, and even genetic manipulation far beyond what post-flood societies initially understood. Could the survivors of the flood have inherited a sophisticated body of medical knowledge, only partially preserved and transmitted through rituals, codices, and oral traditions? In Mesopotamia, Sumerian texts describe detailed surgical procedures, herbal remedies, and treatments for a wide array of ailments. Clay tablets contain references to herbal mixtures, poultices, and medicinal plants with remarkably specific instructions for use. Some remedies align with modern pharmacology, suggesting that these early civilizations had a precise empirical understanding of plants and their chemical properties. If these practices date back to pre-flood times, they represent a continuity of medical knowledge that survived cataclysmic events and was deliberately encoded for posterity. The ancient Egyptians also demonstrate an impressive grasp of anatomy and medicine. Hieroglyphs on temple walls, papyrus scrolls, and burial inscriptions describe surgical procedures, diagnoses, and treatments for injuries and diseases. The Ebers Papyrus, for instance, contains over 700 remedies for ailments ranging from digestive issues to skin infections, as well as techniques for surgery, splints, and prosthetics. Some of these techniques could not have been discovered without systematic observation and practical experience, knowledge that may trace back to pre-flood societies, preserved through centuries of oral and written tradition. Even the Greeks, often credited with pioneering medicine, acknowledged that their knowledge was inherited from older civilizations. Hippocrates and his contemporaries referenced Egyptian, Babylonian, and possibly Indian teachings, suggesting a continuity of medical understanding stretching back into the First Age. The concept of the healer priest also recurs in multiple civilizations, implying that medical knowledge was intertwined with spirituality, ritual, and perhaps secret teachings preserved for select initiates. Herbal medicine appears to be a recurring link between pre-flood and post-flood knowledge. Across continents, ancient texts reference plants with powerful curative properties: willow bark for pain relief, willow and other herbs for inflammation, aloe for skin conditions, and rare botanicals for internal ailments. Many of these plants are still used in modern medicine, demonstrating a remarkable empirical understanding of natural remedies. If pre-flood civilizations catalogue these plants systematically, they may have possessed pharmacological knowledge comparable to, or exceeding, what we know today. Some texts hint at even more extraordinary capabilities. The apocryphal Book of Enoch and certain Vedic writings describe techniques for extending life, understanding the human body in ways that resemble modern anatomy, and even manipulating genetic inheritance. While such accounts are often dismissed as myth or allegory, they suggest that pre-flood knowledge may have encompassed biological and genetic understanding far beyond conventional ancient medicine. Could first-age practitioners have influenced the development of human biology through selective breeding, herbal therapy, or even early surgical interventions? Archaeological evidence provides tantalizing clues. In Peruvian tombs, some mummies exhibit surgical precision in trepanation, removing sections of the skull to treat ailments, done with tools that could leave little trauma. In Egypt, evidence of prosthetic limbs and sophisticated splints indicates practical knowledge of orthopedics. These examples demonstrate that advanced medical practices were widespread, suggesting a transfer of knowledge that might trace to pre-flood civilizations, particularly when combined with the careful recording of remedies in texts and codices. The preservation of medical knowledge may have been a deliberate act. Survivors of cataclysmic floods would have needed practical, reliable means of treating injuries, disease, and complications arising from environmental upheaval. Codices, oral traditions, and sacred texts could have served as manuals of survival, encoding first-age wisdom in forms that were understandable yet resistant to corruption or misuse. This knowledge was perhaps considered sacred precisely because of its power. The ability to heal, to extend life, and to manipulate biological processes gave control over survival itself. Even more astonishing are the references to extraordinary life expectancy and vitality in pre-flood myths. Many cultures report humans living for hundreds or even thousands of years before the flood. While some interpret this literally, others suggest that these accounts could reflect advanced knowledge of nutrition, medicine, and genetics, techniques that enhance longevity and physical resilience. Survivors who inherited fragments of this knowledge may have encoded it symbolically, embedding it in stories, rituals, and medical practices accessible only to those trained in the ancient ways. The implications of pre-flood medicine extend far beyond health. Knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and genetics could have allowed these civilizations to influence population, enhance physical abilities, and even manipulate reproductive outcomes. If such knowledge existed and was intentionally suppressed or lost during the floods, it explains why subsequent societies had to relearn basic medical principles over millennia, slowly rebuilding a fraction of what had been known. Ultimately, the story of pre-flood medicine is not only about healing. It is about the intersection of science, observation, and survival. The knowledge preserved in texts, artifacts, and myths represents a continuity of learning that survived. Cataclysmic floods and cultural upheavals. These practices offer a glimpse into a civilization that was scientifically sophisticated, spiritually aware, and intimately connected to the natural world. A civilization capable of extraordinary medical feats that modern humanity is only beginning to understand and appreciate. In contemplating these lost medical traditions, one cannot help but wonder, what other secrets of the First Age remain hidden in codices, mummies, and oral memory? If humanity once wielded such advanced knowledge over biology, longevity, and health, the pre-flood world was likely far more advanced and sophisticated than conventional history acknowledges. Unlocking even a fraction of this medical wisdom could reshape our understanding of human potential, the history of medicine, and the very story of survival itself. Art has always been a mirror of civilization, a reflection of beliefs, knowledge, and power. Yet the art of pre-flood civilizations seems to go far beyond mere aesthetics. Across continents, from carvings and sculptures to murals and figurines, there exists a hidden language of symbols, a visual record that hints at advanced technology, celestial knowledge, and historical events lost to conventional history. These works suggest that the First Age was capable of encoding complex information in artistic form, preserving knowledge in a way that would survive floods, wars, and millennia of human forgetfulness. Consider the cave paintings of Lascaux in France and Altamira in Spain, which date back tens of thousands of years. While traditionally interpreted as hunting rituals or spiritual expressions, some researchers argue these images depict more than survival. They may represent astronomical events, seasonal cycles, and even mathematical concepts. Patterns in animal alignments, dots, and geometric shapes correspond to star positions, solstices, and lunar cycles, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. Could these ancient artists have been encoding pre-flood knowledge, embedding instructions and observations within their art? In South America, the Nazca lines offer one of the most dramatic examples of prehistoric symbolic expression. These enormous geoglyphs, visible only from the sky, depict animals, geometric shapes, and abstract patterns spanning miles. Some researchers suggest the lines served as astronomical markers, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary positions. Others propose they were part of ceremonial pathways or communication systems. Regardless, their precision and scale suggest an advanced civilization with knowledge of geometry, surveying, and possibly even energy systems. Knowledge that may have survived the floods encoded in art rather than written language. Mesoamerican civilizations also provide compelling examples. The intricate carvings, murals, and codices of the Maya and Aztecs depict celestial beings, advanced machinery, and extraordinary events. Some murals illustrate flying devices, cosmic battles, and humans interacting with gods or technologically enhanced beings. These images may not be purely mythological. They could be visual representations of pre-flood technology and celestial knowledge, preserved in symbolic form for generations after cataclysm. Art, in this sense, becomes a medium for memory, safeguarding information that might otherwise have been lost. Even in Egypt, symbolism permeates art at the highest level. Hieroglyphs, reliefs, and tomb paintings often encode knowledge about astronomy, mathematics, and the natural world. The precise alignment of figures, the depiction of stars and constellations, and the recurring motifs of serpents, pyramids, and divine tools suggest deliberate encoding of information, accessible only to those trained to interpret it. Temples and tombs themselves act as monumental art, merging symbolism with structure to communicate knowledge across time, possibly preserving fragments of first-age wisdom. Globally, recurring symbols suggest a shared pre-flood iconography. Spirals, concentric circles, triangles, and zigzag patterns appear in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Some researchers argue these geometric motifs encode mathematical principles, energy flow, or cosmological knowledge. Their ubiquity, combined with their technical sophistication, challenges the notion of isolated cultural evolution. Instead, it hints at a universal visual language, developed by pre-flood civilizations to transmit knowledge across space and time. In addition to geometric and astronomical motifs, depictions of giants, advanced tools, and flying devices appear repeatedly in global art. In Mesopotamia, cylinder seals show towering figures interacting with humans. In India, temple carvings and manuscripts describe vimanas, flying machines capable of extraordinary feats. In Peru, figurines depict beings of extraordinary size or unusual anatomy. These images could represent myth, but when considered alongside megalithic architecture, advanced metallurgy, and astronomical knowledge, they may indicate records of real pre-flood beings and technologies, preserved symbolically through art. Art also served as a mnemonic device, encoding rituals, laws, and survival knowledge. Oral traditions and codices were fragile and could be lost in cataclysms, but art could survive floods, fires, and centuries of neglect. Through symbolic imagery, pre-flood societies may have transmitted instructions for construction, medicine, astronomy, and ethics to survivors. Murals, reliefs, and carvings became instruction manuals disguised as cultural expression, ensuring that essential knowledge endured even when the written word was vulnerable. The intentionality behind pre-flood art is striking. Patterns, alignments, and symbolism are rarely random. Geoglyphs correspond to celestial alignments. Carvings encode mathematical ratios. Murals depict events with startling clarity, sometimes foreshadowing astronomical or environmental phenomena. This deliberate encoding suggests that art was not merely decorative, but a sophisticated medium for preserving knowledge, a visual archive of civilization lost to cataclysmic floods. Moreover, some art appears to incorporate energy concepts or forgotten technologies. Certain symbols, such as spirals, concentric circles, and interlocking motifs, appear repeatedly at sacred sites and megalithic structures. Some theorists suggest these patterns represent energy flow, resonant frequencies, or other phenomena no longer understood by modern science. Could these symbols be diagrams or instructions for technology lost during the flood, preserved in the visual language of art? Ultimately, Pre-flood art is not just a window into aesthetics or religion. It is a repository of knowledge, a bridge connecting the present to a civilization erased by catastrophe. Every symbol, pattern, and depiction is a clue, pointing to advanced understanding of the cosmos, mathematics, technology, and human potential. Art, in this context, becomes a powerful testament to the ingenuity, observation, and foresight of the First Age, preserving knowledge across millennia for those willing to decode it. In contemplating the symbolic legacy of pre-flood art, one realizes that humanity's past may be far deeper and richer than conventional history admits. Art was not merely cultural expression. It was memory, instruction, and preservation, a tool by which advanced knowledge survived floods, destruction, and the erosion of time itself. To study this art is to peer into the mind of a civilization that mastered both the physical and the symbolic, leaving behind a visual record that continues to challenge, inspire, and mystify us today. When examining the remains of pre-flood civilizations, one of the most striking revelations is their engineering and architectural mastery. Across continents, enormous structures, megalithic constructions, and precisely aligned monuments point to a society capable of feats that challenge modern assumptions about ancient technology. From perfectly cut stones weighing tens of tons to pyramids aligned with celestial bodies. The architectural legacy of the First Age suggests a civilization with advanced knowledge of construction, surveying, and mathematics far beyond what conventional archaeology typically credits to humanity. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands as the most iconic testament to this sophistication. Its orientation to true north deviates by a fraction of a degree, its base covers 13 acres with near-perfect precision, and the weight and positioning of individual blocks would challenge modern engineers even with cranes and machinery. While mainstream history attributes the construction to sheer manpower and primitive tools, alternative theories propose that lost techniques from pre-flood civilizations, including advanced levitation or energy-based methods, may have facilitated these monumental achievements. South America provides equally astonishing evidence. The Sacsayhuaman fortress in Peru, with its massive interlocking stones, demonstrates craftsmanship that allows no mortar yet withstand centuries of earthquakes. Similarly, the Tiwanaku site near Lake Titicaca exhibits stones perfectly cut and placed, some weighing hundreds of tons. Transportation, placement, and precision in these constructions are still poorly understood. Could they represent remnants of first-age engineering principles, preserved across millennia and embedded in structures that continue to defy conventional explanations? In Europe, Stonehenge and the Karnak alignments reveal a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, engineering, and geometry. Stones weighing multiple tons were transported over long distances and positioned with exact alignment to solstices, equinoxes, and lunar events. Beyond practicality, these structures suggest a civilization capable of integrating scientific observation with ritual practice, creating monuments that functioned as calendars, observatories, and ceremonial centers simultaneously. Megalithic sites in Asia, such as Gunung Padang in Indonesia, further challenge orthodox timelines. Radiocarbon dating suggests that parts of the site may be over 20,000 years old, pushing back the origins of advanced construction techniques by millennia. The terraces, massive stone columns, and subterranean structures indicate careful planning, surveying, and possibly mathematical knowledge lost after the flood, suggesting that engineering feats were not isolated but part of a widespread global tradition. Even underwater, evidence of pre-flood engineering emerges. The Yonaguni Monument in Japan, the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, and structures in the Black Sea point to submerged cities built with remarkable precision. These constructions indicate a capacity to manipulate stone, plan large urban layouts, and align structures with celestial or geographic markers. The fact that these sites lie beneath the ocean also underscores the devastating impact of floods on preserving evidence of pre-flood technology, with entire cities now hidden underwater. Some researchers propose that energy manipulation or lost tools may have played a role. Certain carvings and texts suggest that ancient civilizations understood resonance, leverage, or other physical principles that allowed them to move enormous stones with seemingly minimal effort. Could pre-flood engineers have harnessed techniques lost to history, using knowledge of vibrations, pulleys, or other mechanisms that modern science is only beginning to explore? If so, these structures are not merely monuments, they are proofs of advanced science encoded in stone. The scale and precision of pre-flood architecture also suggest a highly organized society. Planning, logistics, and labor management would have required centralized administration, knowledge of materials, and long-term vision. Such projects imply not only technical skill but also a cultural commitment to preserving knowledge, perhaps as part of a broader effort to survive cataclysmic events. Every perfectly aligned pyramid, massive fortress wall, and carefully laid stone terrace becomes a testament to human ingenuity and foresight, a legacy that survives even when written records do not. Globally, similar architectural patterns emerge, hinting at a shared pre-flood engineering knowledge. Pyramidal structures, megalithic terraces, underground tunnels, and aligned observatories appear from Egypt to Central and South America, from Asia to the islands of the Pacific. While cultural interpretations differ, the techniques and principles show striking similarities: precision cutting, interlocking stonework, and alignment with celestial phenomena. Such consistency suggests knowledge transferred across regions, possibly through a network of first-age civilizations, before the flood scattered survivors and disrupted cultural continuity. The purpose of these constructions was likely multifaceted. They served as religious centers, observatories, tombs, and repositories of knowledge, combining practical, ceremonial, and symbolic functions in a single architectural expression. The monuments were not just physical structures but memory devices, encoding information about astronomy, mathematics, rituals, and survival strategies. In this sense, pre-flood architecture was both functional and educational, designed to withstand cataclysms and transmit essential knowledge to future generations. Megalithic engineering also implies a mastery of materials. From precisely cut granite to volcanic stone and limestone, ancient builders demonstrated understanding of durability, weight distribution, and structural integrity. Quarrying, transporting, and assembling these materials required careful planning and advanced techniques, potentially reflecting knowledge inherited from the First Age. In some cases, the stones are so precisely cut that even modern diamond tools would struggle to replicate the smooth surfaces and perfect joins, suggesting methods now lost to humanity. Ultimately, pre-flood engineering and architecture are more than impressive monuments. They are evidence of a civilization with advanced knowledge of science, mathematics, astronomy, and logistics. These structures are silent witnesses to a lost age, a civilization erased by catastrophic floods yet preserved in stone. They challenge the conventional narrative of human progress, suggesting that the First Age was not primitive but technologically sophisticated, capable of feats that modern engineering still struggles to explain. In contemplating these megaliths, one realizes that human history is far older and more complex than textbooks suggest. The stones, terraces, and monuments are not mere relics. They are messages from a lost civilization, encoded in geometry, alignment, and sheer scale. They invite modern explorers, historians, and archaeologists to decipher their secrets, promising revelations about a pre-flood world where humanity achieved mastery over stone, space, and perhaps even forces we have yet to understand. When we study pre-flood civilizations, one of the most compelling questions is whether these societies were isolated or globally connected. Conventional history assumes that early civilizations developed independently, limited by geography and primitive transportation. Yet mounting evidence suggests the existence of a complex, global network of trade and communication long before the cataclysmic floods. Artifacts, architectural techniques, and shared symbolic systems hint at an ancient world where ideas, goods, and knowledge traveled vast distances, linking civilizations across continents in ways that continue to baffle modern researchers. Consider the trade of exotic materials. Obsidian from Anatolia appears in sites hundreds of miles away. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan has been found in Mesopotamian tombs. Jade from Central America surfaces in Pacific island contexts. Such findings suggest that pre-flood societies maintained long-distance trade networks, exchanging materials, technologies, and perhaps even specialized knowledge. This was not mere opportunistic exchange. It appears systematic, with evidence of standardized weights, measures, and organized logistics pointing to sophisticated coordination. Artifacts themselves often challenge conventional timelines. Stone carvings, metalwork, and ceramics found far from their origin suggest global circulation of goods and ideas. Egyptian artifacts have been discovered in the Levant. Mesopotamian seals appear in the Indus Valley. Mesoamerican materials may have crossed oceans long before recorded history acknowledges such capability. These anomalies indicate that pre-flood civilizations were far more interconnected than mainstream scholarship allows, maintaining networks that facilitated cultural, technological, and economic exchange. Shared symbolic systems reinforce the idea of a connected world. Spirals, concentric circles, and geometric motifs appear across continents, from Europe to the Americas, from Africa to Asia. These repeated symbols suggest cultural communication, either through trade, migration, or shared observation of natural and celestial phenomena. The prevalence of these motifs in artifacts, art, and architecture indicates a global awareness and possibly a collective repository of knowledge maintained across dispersed societies. Maritime capabilities likely played a critical role in this connectivity. Ancient texts, oral traditions, and archaeological evidence point to advanced seafaring knowledge long before the advent of classical naval technologies. The Sumerians documented trade with distant lands via river and sea. The Phoenicians navigated vast stretches of the Mediterranean. Pacific Islanders traversed thousands of miles of open ocean using star navigation. Could pre-flood civilizations have shared similar or even more advanced maritime techniques, enabling transoceanic trade, communication, and cultural exchange? If so, the floods may have destroyed ports, coastal cities, and harbors, obscuring evidence of this maritime network. Some researchers propose that technologies for long-distance communication may also have existed. Shared architectural alignments, megalithic layouts, and similar symbolic systems could have functioned as markers, messages, or signals across regions. Even oral traditions, codices, and mythological stories may have served as transmission mechanisms for knowledge, maintaining continuity across continents in the absence of formal writing systems. This suggests that the First Age was not only connected economically but intellectually, with ideas and innovations flowing between civilizations. Economic and cultural networks are further implied by shared technological advances. Metallurgy, ceramics, and construction techniques often appear in geographically distant regions with remarkable similarity. Copper smelting in Anatolia, gold work in Egypt, and bronze technology in China may reflect knowledge transfer facilitated by trade. Such diffusion challenges the notion of independent invention, instead suggesting a pre-flood exchange of technical expertise, maintained despite distance and natural barriers. The distribution of rare artifacts also supports this notion. Beads, ceremonial items, and precious stones appear far from their sources, sometimes in contexts that defy conventional explanation. These items were not merely decorative, they likely carried symbolic, ritual, or technological significance. Their movement implies a global system of value, exchange, and knowledge transmission, connecting societies through material culture as much as through ideas. Religion, myth, and ritual further illustrate connectivity. Flood myths, serpent symbolism, and solar worship recur across continents, pointing to shared narratives that may have originated in pre-flood times. These recurring motifs suggest either a common ancestral memory or active exchange of cultural ideas across civilizations. Trade, communication, and migration may have reinforced these shared stories, embedding them in local traditions while maintaining a core memory of the First Age. The implications are staggering. A globally connected pre-flood world would have been capable of exchanging knowledge about astronomy, medicine, architecture, metallurgy, and agriculture across continents. Floods, earthquakes, and other cataclysmic events may have disrupted these networks, scattering survivors and obscuring evidence. Yet the fragments that remain, artifacts, motifs, inscriptions, and shared technologies, provide a tantalizing glimpse into a world where humanity was already advanced, organized, and interconnected long before the civilizations we study in school textbooks. Ultimately, the study of pre-flood trade and global connectivity forces us to reconsider our assumptions about human development. These societies were not isolated or primitive. They were part of a vast network, capable of moving goods, knowledge, and culture across continents. Trade was more than commerce. It was a mechanism for survival, innovation, and continuity. By connecting the scattered fragments of evidence, from exotic materials to shared symbols, we begin to see the outline of a lost global civilization, sophisticated, connected, and tragically disrupted by cataclysmic floods. In contemplating this network, one realizes that the story of human civilization is far older, more interconnected, and more sophisticated than conventional history admits. The oceans, rivers, and deserts may have been highways of knowledge, linking the centers of the First Age in ways that modern researchers are only beginning to understand. Every artifact, motif, and trade route is a clue, whispering the secrets of a civilization that existed, thrived, and communicated on a global scale long before recorded history recognized its existence. When we think of pre-flood civilizations, images of monumental architecture, advanced astronomy, and hidden knowledge often dominate the narrative. Yet there is another aspect of these societies that demands attention: their weaponry and warfare. Far from primitive, evidence suggests that pre-flood peoples possessed sophisticated tools of combat, strategic thinking, and defensive technology that challenge our conventional understanding of ancient societies. These findings hint at organized military systems, advanced metallurgy, and possibly even technologies that have been lost to time, obscured by floods and deliberate historical suppression. Artifacts from Mesopotamia provide some of the earliest evidence. Sumerian texts describe metal swords, shields, and composite bows, alongside detailed strategies for organizing armies and conducting sieges. Some weapons, such as long daggers and spearheads, were constructed with exceptional skill, demonstrating an understanding of metallurgy that allowed for both durability and efficiency. Clay tablets suggest training regimens and formations that imply a highly organized military structure, perhaps necessary to protect knowledge, cities, and trade networks in an era when civilizations were vying for survival. Egyptian tombs and reliefs reinforce this picture. Warriors are depicted wielding copper and bronze weapons, chariots drawn with precision, and shields designed to protect against both projectile and melee attacks. The sophistication of Egyptian combat suggests not only technical mastery but also strategic intelligence. Defensive architecture, such as fortresses and walled settlements, indicates pre-planned military engineering, reflecting knowledge that may have been inherited from pre-flood civilizations and preserved even after cataclysmic events disrupted society. Mesoamerican civilizations provide further clues. Mayan codices and Aztec carvings depict warriors in highly organized formations, equipped with obsidian blades, clubs, and protective armor. These societies engaged in complex campaigns, including sieges, ambushes, and ritualized combat. The consistency in weapon design and battle strategy across multiple regions suggests that knowledge of warfare was systematically preserved and transmitted, perhaps tracing back to pre-flood sources. Advanced metallurgy also appears to have played a crucial role. Many pre-flood weapons incorporate alloys, tempering techniques, and precise shaping that modern researchers struggle to replicate with contemporary tools. For example, Sumerian and Egyptian blades exhibit a hardness and resilience indicating sophisticated control of heat, composition, and forging processes. Some theorists argue that these techniques may reflect lost First-Age technologies, intentionally preserved in certain civilizations while erased from the historical record elsewhere. In addition to physical weapons, pre-flood societies may have utilized strategic knowledge and psychological warfare. Texts and myths describe coordinated formations, signaling systems, and the use of fear or spectacle to control populations or intimidate enemies. The alignment of megalithic fortresses and citadels with geographical features suggests advanced tactical awareness, using terrain and environmental advantages to maximize defensive and offensive capabilities. Warfare, in this sense, was not only about tools but also about organization, intelligence, and long-term planning. Even mythical accounts hint at technologies beyond conventional understanding. Vedic texts and Mesopotamian epics describe weapons of extraordinary power, capable of massive destruction, often linked to celestial or energy sources. While skeptics dismiss these accounts as allegory, some researchers suggest they may encode real technologies lost in the floods, perhaps energy-based or mechanical devices that augmented human combat capabilities. If pre-flood civilizations truly wielded such advanced tools, it would explain how relatively small populations could defend monumental cities and complex infrastructure against natural and human threats. Defensive architecture complements these findings. Walled cities, fortified temples, and citadels across continents indicate strategic urban planning designed for protection against both human and environmental threats. Massive stone walls, moats, and elevated platforms suggest an understanding of siege tactics and defensive advantage. These structures required not only engineering skill but also military foresight, reflecting societies capable of anticipating conflict and protecting critical knowledge and populations. Moreover, pre-flood warfare was likely interconnected with trade and diplomacy. Control of routes, resources, and communication networks would have been essential for survival. Evidence of fortified ports, armories, and guarded trade hubs suggests that pre-flood civilizations used both military and economic strategies to maintain influence. This combination of martial, technological, and logistical sophistication paints a picture of civilizations that were strategically intelligent and globally aware, capable of defending themselves while preserving knowledge and cultural continuity. Weaponry was also symbolic. In many pre-flood societies, swords, spears, and shields were not only tools of combat but also emblems of status, knowledge, and authority. Royal tombs often contained intricately decorated weapons, indicating that military prowess was intertwined with political and spiritual power. This symbolism suggests that warfare was not merely functional but deeply connected to ritual, hierarchy, and knowledge preservation, ensuring that certain skills and technologies remained in the hands of trusted elites. The implications are profound. If pre-flood civilizations possessed advanced weaponry, organized military systems, and possibly lost technologies, it challenges the conventional narrative of primitive societies gradually developing military skill over time. Instead, we see evidence of sophisticated, strategically intelligent civilizations, capable of complex defense, long-term planning, and possibly even technologies that remain beyond modern comprehension. Their armies, fortresses, and weapons may have served as instruments of survival, protecting knowledge, resources, and populations during a tumultuous pre-flood world. In contemplating pre-flood warfare, one realizes that these civilizations were far more advanced, organized, and capable than commonly acknowledged. Their weapons, strategies, and fortifications were not mere tools of violence, they were instruments of survival, continuity, and protection. The sophistication of their military systems underscores a civilization that had achieved mastery over both technology and strategy, a civilization whose echoes survive in monuments, myths, and artifacts, challenging our understanding of human history and the lost First Age. When examining pre-flood civilizations, one cannot ignore the profound influence of spirituality and religion. Across continents, evidence suggests that early societies were deeply guided by belief systems, rituals, and hidden doctrines that connected them to the cosmos, the natural world, and possibly to knowledge lost in cataclysmic floods. Far from being primitive or superstitious, pre-flood religious practices often reflected advanced understanding of astronomy, human psychology, and societal organization, encoded symbolically in temples, myths, and sacred texts. These spiritual frameworks may have served not only as moral and social guidance but as repositories of forbidden knowledge. Preserving the wisdom of the First Age in forms accessible only to initiates. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians developed elaborate religious systems involving gods, demigods, and celestial watchers. Temples, ziggurats, and shrines were aligned with stars and planets, reflecting a belief that divine forces controlled cosmic order. Rituals were often precise, requiring exact timing and knowledge of celestial cycles. Such practices suggest that religion and astronomy were inseparable, and that spiritual observances doubled as scientific tools, preserving knowledge about the universe, seasons, and celestial events within the framework of sacred tradition. Egyptian spirituality provides a striking example of this intersection. The alignment of pyramids, obelisks, and temples with solstices and stellar positions demonstrates that Egyptian religious architecture functioned as both worship space and cosmic observatory. The intricate symbolism embedded in hieroglyphs, reliefs, and burial texts often encodes astronomical, mathematical, and metaphysical knowledge. Priests, acting as custodians of this wisdom, safeguarded sacred knowledge, ensuring that critical information about the cosmos and human existence survived the centuries, even if only partially accessible to the general population. Mesoamerican civilizations followed similar patterns. Mayan and Aztec religious practices combined ritual, astronomy, and political authority, linking celestial observation with societal governance. Ceremonial centers were often aligned with the sun, moon, and planets, marking significant seasonal and cosmic events. Rituals, sacrifices, and festivals were timed with remarkable precision, indicating not only spiritual devotion but scientific understanding encoded in ritual. This suggests that pre-flood societies integrated their spirituality with empirical knowledge, preserving advanced insights through religious practice. Even ancient texts hint at hidden or forbidden doctrines. The apocryphal Book of Enoch, along with Vedic scriptures and certain Egyptian writings, describes secret teachings passed to chosen initiates. These teachings cover subjects ranging from the structure of the cosmos to the use of natural energies, advanced medicine, and even long-lost technologies. The selective transmission of this knowledge suggests that pre-flood religious systems were not only concerned with morality or worship but served as custodians of wisdom, protecting it from misuse while guiding humanity through a volatile world. Sacred symbolism also permeates art and architecture. Spirals, circles, pyramids, and serpents appear across continents, often associated with sacred spaces, deities, or ritual tools. These symbols may encode energy systems, cosmological principles, or cycles of human history, preserving insights about the universe in ways that transcended language and written texts. Temples, pyramids, and megalithic structures become both physical and spiritual repositories of pre-flood knowledge, combining ritual function with practical instruction for those trained to interpret the signs. Initiation rites and secret societies provide additional evidence of spiritual knowledge preservation. Many civilizations, from Egypt to India to the Americas, practiced initiation ceremonies, where select individuals were taught advanced knowledge, astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and philosophy, under the guise of spiritual training. These rites ensured that the wisdom of the First Age survived in a controlled, safeguarded form, transmitted to those deemed capable of understanding and applying it responsibly. Pre-flood spirituality was also interconnected with survival and governance. Religious systems reinforced social hierarchy, coordinated agricultural cycles, and provided moral and practical instruction for maintaining cities, trade networks, and infrastructure. By embedding advanced knowledge in myth, ritual, and sacred spaces, societies ensured continuity across generations, even after floods or disasters disrupted ordinary transmission methods. Religion, in this sense, was both practical and mystical, a strategy to preserve knowledge while guiding behavior and societal cohesion. Interestingly, many pre-flood myths describe cosmic cycles, cataclysms, and divine interventions. Flood myths appear across nearly every culture, from Mesopotamia to India, from the Americas to Europe. These stories are not merely allegorical, they may encode historical memory and scientific observation, warning of natural catastrophes while preserving practical knowledge. Rituals, observances, and symbols may have acted as mnemonic devices, ensuring that survivors understood cosmic rhythms, seasonal changes, and strategies for survival. Ultimately, the spirituality of pre-flood civilizations reveals a society deeply aware of its place in the cosmos, capable of merging observation, ritual, and knowledge preservation. Religious practices were not purely symbolic. They were instruments of continuity, encoding astronomy, medicine, architecture, and philosophy within sacred frameworks. By studying these practices, we glimpse a civilization that recognized the fragility of human knowledge and took extraordinary measures to ensure its survival. In contemplating these spiritual legacies, it becomes clear that pre-flood religion was a sophisticated system designed to transmit knowledge, guide behavior, and connect humanity with the cosmos. It demonstrates that the First Age was not only technologically advanced but also philosophically and spiritually sophisticated, embedding wisdom across disciplines into rituals, temples, and teachings that have survived, often in fragmentary form, to the present day. The study of pre-flood spirituality challenges conventional history, revealing a civilization deeply connected to the natural and cosmic order, capable of encoding forbidden knowledge in ways that would endure floods, fire, and time itself. The sacred texts, temples, symbols, and initiation practices of the ancients are more than relics. They are keys to understanding a lost civilization, whose knowledge and wisdom continue to whisper through the ruins, waiting for modern humanity to decipher and appreciate. The story of pre-flood civilizations cannot be told without confronting the cataclysms that reshaped the Earth and erased much of humanity's earliest achievements. Across myth, legend, and archaeological evidence, we find repeated accounts of massive floods, global upheavals, and environmental destruction that coincide with the disappearance of entire cities, cultures, and technologies. These cataclysms were not merely local disasters. They were world-altering events that forced survivors to rebuild, adapt, and preserve fragments of knowledge for future generations. Understanding these events is crucial to uncovering the lost legacy of the First Age. Flood myths appear in nearly every ancient culture. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a deluge that destroys humanity, sparing only a select few who survive by divine instruction. Similarly, Hindu texts describe Manu and the Great Flood, while Mesoamerican codices recount the destruction of earlier worlds or ages by water and fire. Even Greek mythology contains stories of Deucalion and Pyrrha, survivors of a catastrophic flood sent by Zeus. The striking consistency of these narratives across continents suggests a shared memory of real pre-flood events, preserved and encoded through storytelling and ritual. Geological evidence supports these myths. Sedimentary layers, fossilized marine life found in highland areas, and signs of sudden climate change point to catastrophic flooding events in the distant past. The Black Sea, for example, shows indications of a rapid inundation approximately 7,500 years ago, which may have wiped out coastal settlements and contributed to the spread of flood legends. Similarly, submerged structures in the Mediterranean, Pacific, and Caribbean hint at civilizations that existed before sea levels rose dramatically, forcing survivors to relocate and rebuild elsewhere. Beyond water, pre-flood cataclysms may have included volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and meteor impacts. Massive volcanic events would have altered the climate, triggered tsunamis, and forced migrations. Evidence from ash layers, crater sites, and mass extinctions supports the notion that these civilizations faced sudden, global-scale environmental upheaval, challenging their survival and forcing them to rely on preserved knowledge, hidden technologies, and strategic planning to endure. Archaeological anomalies further hint at civilizations destroyed by cataclysm. Megalithic cities, submerged ruins, and abrupt cultural transitions suggest that entire societies vanished rapidly, leaving only fragments of their achievements. In some cases, survivors preserved knowledge in temples, codices, and oral traditions, encoding it symbolically to ensure continuity. The repeated pattern of rise, cataclysm, and survival points to a global cycle of civilization, destruction, and reconstruction, possibly tied to environmental events beyond human control. Climate evidence indicates periods of sudden cooling, flooding, and sea level rise that would have dramatically altered landscapes. Ice cores and sediment studies reveal rapid environmental shifts, potentially triggering floods and ecosystem collapses. Such events would have forced pre-flood civilizations to develop adaptive strategies, preserve agricultural knowledge, and relocate populations, tasks that demanded advanced organizational and technological skills, as well as the foresight to safeguard knowledge for future generations. Interestingly, some cataclysms appear to have been localized yet repeated globally. Coastal megastructures destroyed or abandoned, inland cities abandoned for higher ground, and sudden migrations all suggest societies responding to repeated environmental threats. Survivors may have carried forward knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and ritual, using it to rebuild in safer locations. This preservation of wisdom amid destruction demonstrates the resilience of pre-flood civilizations and their determination to maintain continuity in the face of existential threats. Mythological descriptions of cataclysms often include both natural and divine elements, blending observation with allegory. Floods, fire, storms, and celestial events are frequently linked to gods, divine beings, or cosmic forces. While some scholars dismiss these stories as mere allegory, a growing body of evidence suggests that myths encode actual observations, memories of meteor impacts, solar flares, tsunamis, and floods, translated into narrative form to ensure survival knowledge passed through generations. These narratives were not just stories, they were warning systems and educational tools. Survival strategies are apparent in pre-flood texts and archaeology. Ark-like structures, elevated sanctuaries, and fortified shelters suggest deliberate preparation for environmental catastrophe. Agricultural records, storage facilities, and preserved codices indicate advanced planning, reflecting societies capable of anticipating disasters and safeguarding knowledge, technology, and people. These strategies ensured that, despite widespread destruction, human civilization could recover and rebuild, preserving essential elements of the First Age. The implications of pre-flood cataclysms are profound. They suggest that humanity has experienced repeated cycles of civilization and destruction, challenging the notion of a continuous, linear history. Many of the technologies, architectural feats, and spiritual systems attributed to later civilizations may in fact be inheritances from pre-flood survivors, reconstructed after environmental collapse. Recognizing these cataclysms allows us to reinterpret archaeological anomalies, submerged structures, and myths as evidence of a sophisticated, interconnected, and resilient First Age. Ultimately, the study of pre-flood cataclysms underscores the fragility and resilience of human civilization. Floods, fires, and celestial events wiped out entire societies, yet survivors preserved knowledge, rebuilt cities, and maintained continuity of learning. The physical and mythological evidence of these events not only illuminates the catastrophic challenges faced by early civilizations but also highlights the ingenuity, foresight, and adaptability of the First Age. Through this lens, the cataclysms are not merely endings. They are catalysts for survival, innovation, and the transmission of knowledge that continues to echo through the ages. Understanding these cataclysms allows us to see pre-flood civilizations not as primitive or mythological, but as highly advanced societies, capable of enduring immense environmental stress while safeguarding wisdom that continues to inspire and challenge modern understanding. They remind us that the story of humanity is not a straight line of progress but a complex tapestry of survival, knowledge preservation, and adaptation, with the First Age at its foundation. The story of pre-flood civilizations is a journey through time, mystery, and lost knowledge, revealing a world that challenges everything we think we know about human history. As we have explored, the First Age of humanity was not primitive. It was sophisticated, interconnected, and astonishingly advanced. From monumental architecture and precise astronomy to complex medicine, symbolic art, global trade networks, and cataclysmic survival strategies, these civilizations demonstrate capabilities that modern scholarship is only beginning to acknowledge. The deeper we delve, the clearer it becomes. What we see as the beginning of history may be only a rebirth after a profound global disruption, a second act following the legacy of a forgotten first age. Pre-flood civilizations left traces across the planet, scattered in monuments, artifacts, codices, and myths, as if whispering their existence to future generations. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Sacsayhuaman, the Nazca Lines, Stonehenge, and submerged ruins beneath the oceans are not simply architectural feats, they are records of knowledge encoded in stone, evidence of a civilization capable of integrating science, art, and spirituality in ways that defy conventional explanation. They suggest that humans once had a mastery over materials, mathematics, and geometry that allowed them to create structures enduring millennia, aligned with stars, and imbued with symbolic and functional intelligence. Astronomy and calendrical systems across the globe hint at a shared understanding of the cosmos. Mayan long count calendars, Egyptian solstice alignments, and Chinese celestial records demonstrate that pre-flood peoples tracked time, celestial cycles, and planetary movements with astonishing precision. These observations were not idle. They informed agriculture, religious practice, and long-term societal planning. The sophisticated preservation of this knowledge suggests a civilization acutely aware of cycles, cosmic rhythms, and human survival, encoding this wisdom in architecture, art, and ritual to ensure continuity after catastrophic events. Medicine and biological understanding were equally advanced. Evidence from Sumerian clay tablets, Egyptian papyri, and pre-Columbian herbal knowledge shows that humans had a practical mastery of anatomy, herbal remedies, and surgical techniques, capable of curing disease, performing complex procedures, and preserving health in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. The possibility that some texts reference life extension, selective breeding, or even genetic manipulation hints at a level of understanding that goes far beyond what we typically associate with ancient civilizations. Pre-flood medicine was more than survival. It was a means of preserving humanity itself across catastrophic events. Art and symbolism were equally powerful tools for knowledge preservation. Cave paintings, murals, sculptures, and megalithic symbols encoded astronomical data, technological knowledge, and historical events, often disguised as religious or mythological imagery. From spirals and concentric circles to depictions of giants, flying machines, and advanced tools, pre-flood art becomes a repository of encoded wisdom, accessible to those initiated into its meanings. By embedding knowledge in symbols and ritualized forms, these civilizations ensured that even if a flood or catastrophe destroyed the physical centers of society, the memory of the First Age could survive. Engineering and architecture reveal a mastery of construction, logistics, and material science that is astonishing. Monuments like the pyramids, Sacsayhuaman, Gunung Padang, and submerged underwater structures demonstrate a precision and scale that challenge modern engineering. The use of massive stones, complex interlocking systems, and precise alignments points to methods that may have been lost during cataclysms, techniques that could manipulate weight, leverage, or even energy in ways modern science cannot fully explain. These structures were not merely practical, they were educational, ceremonial, and mnemonic, preserving knowledge about the cosmos, mathematics, and society itself. Trade and global connectivity further illustrate the sophistication of pre-flood societies. Evidence of long-distance exchange of materials, shared technologies, and recurring symbolic systems suggests a network that spanned continents. Exotic materials, artifacts, and motifs moved thousands of miles, linking civilizations in ways that defy conventional models of isolated development. This global network allowed not only for economic exchange but for the transfer of knowledge, culture, and survival strategies, ensuring that pre-flood wisdom was not lost entirely in the chaos of floods and environmental upheavals. Military technology and strategy underscore the complexity and intelligence of these civilizations. Sophisticated weapons, defensive structures, and strategic planning reveal societies capable of organized, intelligent warfare, integrating technology, logistics, and psychological insight. Whether defending sacred knowledge, controlling trade networks, or surviving environmental threats, pre-flood peoples developed systems of protection that ensured the continuity of civilization, even in the face of devastating natural disasters. Religion and spirituality were not merely cultural expressions, they were vehicles for preserving knowledge and shaping society. Celestial observation, ritual, initiation rites, and symbolic art integrated science, ethics, and cosmology. Sacred spaces encoded astronomical and mathematical principles, while initiation and ritual ensured that critical knowledge was passed selectively to capable individuals. These spiritual systems were both protective and instructive, allowing societies to survive, thrive, and transmit wisdom even as floods and catastrophes disrupted the physical world. Finally, cataclysms, the floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes serve as both endings and beginnings. Entire civilizations may have been wiped out, leaving cities submerged and knowledge buried, yet survivors preserved fragments of wisdom in codices, temples, and oral traditions. These disasters were not merely destructive, they reshaped humanity, creating opportunities to rebuild, innovate, and encode lessons learned into forms that would endure through time. Pre-flood civilizations, in surviving these events, demonstrated extraordinary resilience, foresight, and strategic thinking. Taken together, all of this evidence forces a profound reconsideration of human history. The First Age was not a distant myth. It was a civilization capable of extraordinary technological, spiritual, and intellectual achievement. Its destruction by floods and environmental upheavals obscured its story, but the traces remain, whispering through monuments, art, texts, and myths. Modern civilization, in many ways, is built upon fragments of this lost knowledge, reconstructed slowly after cataclysm. To ignore this legacy is to overlook the ingenuity, foresight, and resilience of our ancestors. The legacy of pre-flood civilizations is both humbling and inspiring. It reminds us that humanity is capable of astonishing achievement, that knowledge can be preserved across millennia, and that survival requires foresight, organization, and creativity. By studying these remnants, we reconnect with a history far older and more complex than conventional accounts allow, a story of civilization that rose, fell, and left behind a blueprint for survival, wisdom, and innovation. In conclusion, pre-flood civilizations challenge our understanding of history, science, and human potential. They demonstrate that our ancestors were not primitive but masters of their world, capable of constructing monuments that aligned with the stars, decoding cosmic cycles, preserving medicine, and maintaining global networks of trade and knowledge. They remind us that humanity has survived unimaginable disasters before, preserving wisdom against the odds. To study them is not merely an academic exercise. It is to rediscover the roots of human ingenuity, resilience, and the extraordinary potential that has always existed within our species. The echoes of the First Age resonate in the monuments, myths, and artifacts left behind. They call on us to reconsider what is possible, to recognize the depth of human achievement, and to appreciate the hidden legacies of civilizations lost to time and cataclysm. In uncovering these mysteries, we are not only learning about the past, we are reconnecting with the lost wisdom of humanity, gaining insight into our present and inspiration for the future. The First Age endures, waiting to be understood, reminding us that the history we know is only a fraction of the story, and that the true legacy of humanity is far richer, more complex, and far more astonishing than we could have ever imagined.